The scope techniques that we just discussed take some getting used to, so I really strongly recommend you do this exercise to help you get used to them and get comfortable with them. Previously, you had done some event challenges, and I have that folder over here. So I have a folder here with challenges 22 through 30, and hopefully you have those as well, with all the completed challenges in there. If you don't, you should go do those challenges first. Then I have my code editor here. I'm going to open that folder in my code editor by clicking folder, open folder, and I can open my event challenges folder here, and it will show up on the side over here. So that's great. Next, what I'm going to do is practice these best practices around scope and around some stuff around file management as well, and working with scripts and files. So here I have my challenge 22 challenge that I did with the script at the bottom of the page. What I want to do is I want to move the script off of the bottom of the page to a separate linked file, and I want to make use of my best practices around the immediately invoked function expression that runs automatically, as well as the use strict directive that will keep me from accidentally having variables that don't have a keyword starting them. And then I want to switch my keywords from var to either const or let wherever I possibly can. So let's do that. Over here, I'm going to make a new file, and you can click this button here to make a new file. This one makes a new folder, so be aware of the differences there. I'm going to make a new file. I'm going to call it script22.js to go with this, to go with challenge 22 here. And on script22.js, I'm going to start by adding my immediately invoked function expression by starting with the parentheses, and then I'm going to put in here a function with its parentheses and curly braces. And then don't forget, I need one more set of parentheses to make that actually run. Okay, so I've got a function here. And in here, I'm going to add the use strict directive. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to challenge 22 here, and I'm going to come down to the bottom, and I'm going to copy or cut. I can actually just cut Command X or Control X, cut this script right from here, and instead I'm going to paste it in here like that. Might have to Shift Tab to move that over. All right, great. So that's here. And maybe I don't need that part so much. That's fine. The next thing I want to do is replace any variable declarations so that they're not using the var keyword. They're using either const or let. Use const wherever you possibly can, and use let where you have to. So this can be const, and this can be const. Why? Because I'm going into my document and getting these elements out of the document. That's not going to change during the running of the script. So that's all fine. That's great. So I've done my three things. I'm using my function expression here, my immediately invoked function expression as a closure. And then I'm using the use strict directive to, if I had forgotten to put const here, that will catch that problem and tell me explicitly that I've done a bad thing. And I've changed my variables declarations from using var to const. Now, over here in my file, instead of having the script here, I'm going to add a source src equals, and then I can actually put in here script 22. And that's fine. And I can move this up to here, really. So you have to keep the closing tag, but that will work. And now I can come over to my file in the browser over here, refresh, test it, and you can see it still works. It still functions just fine. Even more, if you want to, you could even take this even further by moving the declaration for the script here up to the top of the file. I can put it in here in the head, but I have to add the defer keyword here. With defer, it will make it run as if it's at the bottom of the page. And you'll see that still works. If I take defer out of there, watch what happens. Refresh. And it doesn't work because add event listener of null. It's what's going on here is that the page loads from the top to the bottom. So it's loading the script first before it gets to the button. And on this script, it's saying, put an event listener on the button. Well, I can't put an event listener on a button that doesn't exist yet. But adding the defer keyword up here, what that does is it makes it so that it loads that script after the rest of the page is loaded. So that will work just fine. So you can go through the rest of these and you'll create a new file for script 23.js. And you'll do the same thing on this one. On challenge 23, you'll notice that can be const, that can be const. This down here has to be let. That'll have to be let. Go through and put in const and let wherever there's a var. Use const as much as you can, and only use let where the variable actually has to change. Here, we're using an incrementer that's going to change as we loop through this for loop, so it has to be let. But use const wherever you can. And if you do that and create all these files and do that repetition, here it's just 8 times, but even just doing that 8 times, you'll start to really get comfortable with this syntax of the immediately invoked function and the use strict, and you'll start to get used to using const and let instead of var for your keywords. And that will really help you out in the long run. Simple JavaScript slideshow demonstrating basic DOM manipulation and event handling. We've done a lot of the basics, and you've learned a lot about how JavaScript works and how you can manipulate the DOM and capture events. So now it's time to put together some scripts that are actually doing some interesting things and will allow us to test out what we know so far. If you look in the start files for this project, you'll notice there's some images and an index.html file. And if you open up that index.html file in your code editor, you'll see that it's just got some very basic markup inside of it that includes a div with an image, one of the images in the folder, and a paragraph with 2 links, one for a previous link and one for a next link. And over here in my browser, I can see that it looks like this. When the user clicks the next link, it'll bring up the next picture. And when they click the previous link, it'll bring up the previous picture. And that's what we're going to make in this particular exercise here. There are lots of ways of going about creating this simple slideshow. But one way of doing it is to make a variable that includes an array, and a variable which is an array, and it includes all of the images that we have in the folder. So let's start right there with that, because that's a really nice, simple place to start. And then what we're going to do is when the user clicks the link for next or previous, we're going to swap out the source attribute. We're going to swap out the value of the source attribute with a value from this array. So if we're getting if we'll start with getting image 0, which is image1.jpg, number 0 in the array. And then when you click next, we'll get image 1, which is this one here, which is actually image 2. So it's a little bit confusing because these are labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but they're actually in the array 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. But let's start by putting in the array into our script over here. So down here at the bottom of the page, just add script tags, like so. script tags. And in the script tag, we're going to add an array, var y images equals square brackets. And then each element goes inside quotes. It doesn't matter if they're single quotes or double quotes. It doesn't really matter. You can do it either way. Image 1.jpg, comma, image 2.jpg, and so on. We can actually put a comma here and just copy and paste. That's going to be image 3. And then we've got image 4. And finally, image 5. And the last one will not have a comma. It's important you take out that final comma. Image 5, and then a semicolon. That's our array. So there's our array, and that's going to go and get these images. And they're all in here in the folder. If we had a folder over here called images, you would just add that here. You could add images / and add the folder name in there. But we actually, in this case, with the files I gave you, I didn't create a folder for them. So they're just sitting here kind of at the root level of this folder. So that's great. We're all set with our array of images that describes all of the images that we have here. And next, we'll start working on how to actually capture the event of clicking the next button and then handling the swapping of the source attribute. You will need some sort of variable that we can adjust along the way to capture which image that we're actually on in this array. So I'm going to make a variable called current image, and I'm going to set it to 0 because when the page loads, this image is showing, which is number 0 in the array. So images square bracket 0 would get that image. So let's set that over here. Let's make a variable here. Var current image, and set that to a value of 0 to start with. So there we go. So that will help us with that. And then from there, we need to create an event handler that will handle the clicking for the next button. We'll do the next link first. This is what it'll look like. Document get element by ID next. So it's going to go into our document and find that link that has the ID set to next. And I'm using the onClick special event property. And I'm going to run a function called nextPhoto. Notice it doesn't have parentheses at the end of it, but I'm going to assign it a function called nextPhoto. So then I can create that function nextPhoto. So let's go ahead and add this to our script. Document get element by ID. Make sure it's always a good idea to pick it from the list so you don't spell it wrong. You have to get the capitalization right. Next. So that's going to go in here and look for this link here that has the ID of next. It's going to go into our document, look for that. OnClick equals next photo, semicolon. And then down here, we're going to make a function called nextPhoto, like so. There we go. Notice that if we look at this image tag here, it has an ID called that has a value set to my image. So that's what we want to get, and we want to change the source attribute on that image if this button has been clicked. Also, what we want to do is we want to take current image here and increment it. So I'm going to do that first. I'm going to say current image plus plus. And remember, that's the same as saying current image equals current image plus 1. Doing current image plus plus is just a shortcut for taking current image, adding 1 to it, and assigning it back. Current image plus plus. So that's just a shortcut. Okay, great. So now I'm going to say, I'm going to come in here. I'm going to say, okay, I need to go document dot get element by ID. What ID do I want? I want my image up here. My image. And I want to set its dot source, src, equal to my images, that array, current image. So that will go into this array here and find current image. Now, the first time I click that link, current image is going to get incremented to 1. So it'll come in here, that's 0, this is 1. So it says, okay, that's image2.jpg. So this is going to be image2.jpg, and I'm assigning that to this source attribute up here, this source. So instead of saying image1.jpg, it's going to say image2.jpg. Let's save that and see if that works. Come over here, refresh. If I click next, you can see that it's changed. And if I do inspect down here, let me arrange this the way I want it. I'm going to put this down at the bottom. I'm going to turn off that button there. But if I come in here and look at this div, notice the source says image2.jpg. If I click next again, notice that got changed to image3. Image 4, image 5. Oops, what happened? We got to image 5 because there are 5 images, and then I clicked next again, and now I have undefined. And you'll notice there's an error over here as well. So I can go to my console log and see undefined, error file not found. So could not find, I've gotten beyond the end of my array. So at a certain point, it ceases to work, depending on how many pictures are in the array. So that's what we're going to fix next. Let's think about this for a minute. What we want to do is we need some code that says, if you're at the end of the array, go back to the beginning. Think about that for a minute. What do we know about JavaScript that will allow us to do this kind of thing? What logical flow control structure can we use to handle this? If you were thinking of something like this, you're on the right track. So if current image is greater than 4, because remember, the numbers in the array are 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if it gets greater than 4, if it becomes greater than 4, we can set current image back to 0, and then go and get the next image. So with this if statement in place, you can make the slideshow effectively loop around. So let's go ahead and add this. And it's just going to go in here, if, parentheses, curly braces. So in the parentheses, we want to say if current image is greater than 4. And it's kind of nice if you put some extra spaces in here, although not really necessary. If it's greater than 4, then the value of current image is going to get set back to 0. Current image equals 0. And we can just do this on one line. Sometimes you're likely to see it more like this, but like that perhaps. But this is such a short one statement selection, if statement, that it kind of makes sense to just keep it on one line there. If current image is greater than 4, we can set that back to 0. Let's test that. If I come over here and refresh this, and I click Next, and down here in the elements, I'm going to come down and see in my div, you can see that that's image 2, next 3, next 4, 5, and then if I click Next again, it should get set back to 0, which would get us image 1. And that works. So now the Next button is looping around through all of the images that we have. That's great. Now it would be a little bit better if we could generalize our script a little bit. So rather than greater than 4 here, I know that it's 4 because I know it's 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. I can use my length property to get that. I could do is less than myimages.length. That's not quite right yet because the length is 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 images in here. That's the length, right? So, but the images are numbered 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we know that we want it to be 4. So it's myimages.length minus 1. And that may feel a little strange at first, but we'll be using this a lot when we're working with arrays. When we're working with arrays. The length of the array minus 1 is often what we want because arrays start counting at 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So myimages.length minus 1 will give us a 4. And it's generalized so that if I were to add more pictures in here and add more pictures into the array, then the script would continue to function without having to go in and adjust the script as well. And wherever in programming we can do that to make it so that there are fewer adjustments in the future. If you change things, the better. That will make your script more general. So let's just test this just to be sure it still works. And sure enough, the page loads and we've got in our body here in our div, we've got image 1 here and I can click Next. I can click Next all the way through and it'll wrap around to the first one just fine. So that's great. Okay, next thing we need to do is handle the previous button. And maybe you can do that for yourself. It's always a great challenge. It's not that different than what we just did. It's a little bit different, but it's not that different. So you might be able to do the previous button by yourself. To get started with the button for getting the previous photo, we first need an event handler that will go in and find that element with the ID of previous and add the onClick event property and run a function called previous photo. And then we can set up that function. So let's do that first. So up here, and you could even copy and paste this if you wanted to. Sometimes it's best to do that just to avoid making mistakes, but you have to be sure to change everything you need to change. So instead of next, this is previous. Instead of next photo is going to be previous photo. Okay, so now we've got our event handler, and now we need a function. Again, copy and paste, always good to make sure that the names match. Function, previous photo, parentheses, curly braces. There we go. Now, the way to think about this, the previous photo button, you have to think backwards. And the easiest way to do it is to think about what happens if you're on the last photo. Suppose we're showing on the screen image 5, and current image is currently set to 4. What do we want to have happen when we click the button previous photo? We want current image to decrement. We want it to go from 4 to 3. And then we want to go in and get this image. And then when we click it again, it goes from 3 to 2, and we get that image. And then it goes from 2 to 1, and we get that image. and then it goes from 1 to 0, and we get that image, so 0 is okay. If you click it again, if we don't do some sort of if statement, it's going to go from 0 to -1, and that's not going to work. So if the value of current image is less than 0, if it's less than 0, we want to set it to what? Well, we could set it to 4. That would work. Or we could set it to image, myimages.length -1, right? Let's take this piece by piece. Let's do this part first. I'm going to decrement current image. Current image. Oops. Minus. That will decrement it. That's the same as saying current image equals current image -1. So we're going to decrement current image. And then we can do this again. If we leave off the if statement altogether, you'll see when we get down to the bottom of the images, we're going to have an error. But let's just do it just to see how that happens and what that looks like. So over here, I can refresh this, and I'm going to click next until I get to the end, to the fifth photo here. Oops. Div. So I'm on 4. One more. So now I'm on 5. And now I can click previous, and it'll go to 4. It'll go to 3. It'll go to 2. It'll go to 1. And now if I click it again, it's going to have an error because current image is going to be -1. And that's not going to work. Okay, undefined. So that's where we need our if statement. So let's come back here and see if we can write that if statement. It's going to look like this, so I might as well copy this one and paste it in here. But instead of current image is greater than my images, what I'm really looking for is current image less than, is it less than 0? Is current image less than 0? And if it is, I could set current image to 4, and that would work because that puts it back at the end of the array. That'll work just fine. But even better is to use the myimages.length -1. Again, to keep the script generalized. myimages.length -1. So now you'll see if I do this, I'm going to come back here, refresh the page, and again, I'll go back up to the end of the list here. There's 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now if I click previous, it should go to 4, and then to 3, and then to 2, and then to 1. And now if I click it again, current image is now going to be -1. That's less than 0. That's going to kick off that if statement and say, all right, it's less than 0. So it's going to set it to the end of the array. And there it is. There's 5 again. Because current image is 4, which is getting image 5 from the array. So now I can loop through in either direction. I can loop through going frontwards, and I can loop through going backwards. Everything is working. So now all we need to do is clean up the script just a little bit, make it a little bit better. And one way of doing that is to put it in a separate script file. For this script, it's short enough. You could leave it at the bottom of the page if you wanted to. But just to practice our best practices, let's move this script into a linked file. So over here, I could make a new file and call it script.js. And on this file, I could put my function expression that will be immediately invoked. So we do that with parentheses, and then in the parentheses, we put in function with its parentheses and its curly braces, and then one more set of parentheses and a semicolon. Terrible syntax, but this will run when the script runs, when the script loads. It's an immediately invoked function expression. And it will keep us from having any variables in the global scope, which is always to our benefit. Because if you wanted to include this script on a web page with other things, perhaps you've got other things going on the web page, perhaps you've got other JavaScript elements going on the web page, you don't want current image to conflict with some other current image variable for some other script. So we want to keep everything inside of this function. So I'm going to click between here, and I'm going to also add my use strict directive. And then in here, I can just paste my entire script from here. And there it is. Shift tab to move that back. And even better would be to replace these variables with const. They're not going to change. Well, actually, this one can't be const current image. That one's going to change. That one needs to be let, because current image is going to get reassigned as we go through our scripts down here. But these variables will now be local to this function, and they won't be available at the global scope. So that kind of keeps everything nice and tidy in the script here. All right, over here, I'm going to remove that stuff and instead up here just link src equals script.js. Even pops up there in my menu. And I still need this closing tag, but I can move it up there. And that should work just as well. We should go back and test it and make sure that we didn't make any mistakes in the process of moving stuff around. And you can see that it still works just exactly the same as before. Now we could leave the script here at the bottom of the page. There's nothing wrong with that. And frequently I leave my scripts there. But even better is to move it up into the head of the page and add a defer attribute here. That will make the script load after the rest of the page is loaded. And it keeps it out of the body of my HTML, which I really want to keep my HTML as clean as possible so it's easy to read, easy to understand, easy to update, easy for Google to crawl, all of those reasons. I want to keep my HTML as clean as I possibly can without any extra attributes, without any extra code or anything else. But once I've got that all in there and working well, I should always come back and just test and make sure I did it right. Next, previous, and that's working just fine. So with that, we have a really nice script that's all set up and working well. And in this lesson, we've combined a lot of the basics that you've learned in the course. We're using some control structures, such as the sequence and the selection. We don't have a loop in this one, but we're using sequence and selection. We're using the custom functions. We've got event listeners. When those event listeners trigger, we're affecting the DOM to change the web page. So all of these things are going on. Now, what you could do to make this script even better, perhaps, or just to test what you know so far, is go back to the script. And how could you replace using the onClick event handler with using the add event handler method instead? And I recommend giving that a try, because that's a really good challenge to see if you can figure out something on your own without making it too hard, without going too far. So see if you can do that, because that will really be to your advantage. Okay, great. Great job putting this together, and we'll see you in the next lesson. Slideshow with crossfade effect, JavaScript with CSS animation. For this version of the slideshow, we're going to do something very similar to what we did before, but with a little bit of a twist. It's going to be a little bit more sophisticated. And I've got a little styling in here to make the slideshow look a little bit better. But instead of just swapping out the source, we'll have a crossfade effect as we go from one slide to the next. And we'll be using CSS to do that animation. So it's going to be a little bit different than what we did before, but very similar otherwise. The HTML for this slide deck, for this slideshow, is very similar to what we had before. We just have images, but now I have a folder called slides. So image source slide, image 1, and then I've got an alt tag and the ID for the image here, and then I've got my next and previous links as I had before. And you can see that over here in my HTML. So very simple setup with an image inside of a div called content. One thing that's different is that this time I'm using CSS to tell that content to be position relative. And I'm absolutely positioning these slides inside of here. So this content is set to 400 by 266 pixels, which is the exact size of the images that I have. And over here, you can see it here on the page. Now, if I were to go into my CSS over here and adjust that, you'd see a little bit better exactly what's going on here. So if I made this 500 wide instead of 400 wide, and 366 instead of 266, and save that, you'd see over here when I refresh this that the image is pinned to this upper left-hand corner, and before it was the same size as the box that it was in. Whereas now I've made the box bigger, so you get this empty space up here, but the image is pinned up into the corner. And it's important to understand that because the way this slideshow is going to work is we're going to put a new image right on top of the old image. And then we're going to put it in fully transparent, and then we'll fade it in so that you'll get that crossfade effect. But you can see the image here is position absolute, left 0, top 0. So that's what's putting that image inside this parent element, this container, at the top left corner, left 0, top 0. And that's what's going on there. So we can put these back because that's just for demo. And you'll see if I refresh this that the image is now once again fitting inside that box perfectly. So it's important to understand that setup before we start with this. The next thing we need is the actual CSS animation that's going to actually do the crossfade effect. So we need to add this to the style sheet. So go back to Visual Studio Code, and on the styles down here at the bottom, we can add these animation styles. So I'm going to add a class called fade in img, fade in image. And what is that class going to do? It's going to come over here and see here. We're going to run an animation called fade in over 2 seconds. 2 seconds is kind of slow. You could make it 1 second. You can make it even slower. I'm making it kind of slow so you can really see it taking effect as we do this. But you could make it run a little bit faster. Animation. And then we want to do fade in over 2 seconds. And that's fine. And then down here, we're going to have a function that will allow us to fade it in, an at keyframes function called fade in. So these two names have to match. So we'll add at keyframes fade in, and then we're going to go from opacity 0. So we'll do, I forgot from opacity 0 to opacity 1. So it's a very simple animation. You can make much more complex animations using this. Fade in from opacity 0 to opacity 1. Okay, great. Make sure you save this file. It's got the dot up here, so make sure you save the file so you've saved that. And make sure you have this in here correctly, because when we add an image on top of the other one, we're going to add this class to it. And then this class is going to run this fade in at keyframes fade in here, which will start at 0 and then go to 1. So it'll come in at completely transparent and then fade into 1, which is completely opaque, over 2 seconds. And that's what's going to actually create that crossfade effect. So none of this is being done in JavaScript itself. And that's actually great, because you can do this kind of thing in JavaScript, but it's much more efficient to do it in CSS. If you do it in CSS, then you can take advantage, the browser will take advantage of the GPU, the graphics processing unit of whatever computer or device you're using. Whereas if you do it in plain JavaScript, it's just the normal CPU, and the GPU is really optimized to handle this kind of thing. So it'll be nice and smooth and work much better if we can do the actual animation in CSS. And we're frequently going to do that with JavaScript, where we use JavaScript to trigger CSS animations. And although we can do the animations directly in JavaScript, whenever we can use it to trigger CSS animations, it's better for performance across all kinds of devices. Now we're all set up and ready to go and ready to start writing our script. And our script is going to start with just a basic variable, again, for our current image, and our array, same array that we had before, same current image variables. And then I've got variables for the container, which is going to go get that container that's holding our image, and then for the next and previous buttons as well. So let's go ahead and get these set up in our script. So going back to our index file here, I'm just going to add script tags at the bottom of our script here, our HTML script, like so. And then I'm going to add var current image, and I'm going to set that to a value of 0 initially. And then I'm going to have var I want to make sure I match the same name that I have over here. Called it my photos. This time I used a lowercase p, so make sure you watch out for that. If you want to make it match my slides, my photos equals, doesn't matter if it's a lowercase p or an uppercase p, but you want to make it match. And as before, we're going to have our array, image1.jpg, comma, space, and then I'm just going to copy this. And again, it doesn't matter if you use single quotes or double quotes. Probably best if you're consistent, but it doesn't really matter. 3, 4, and 5. And remember, for the last one, you don't have a comma. So you want to get rid of that comma, but add a semicolon after this array here. A lot of times when students are typing these at first, they forget that each one of these needs to be inside a set of quotes. So make sure that you've got each one of these inside a set of quotes followed by a comma. You can't just add a quote here and a quote at the end and then put them all in there with commas. You have to have each one is inside of a set of quotes. Okay, so we've got that. And then the next thing we need are to get some variables, var container equals document dot get element by ID. And the ID that we're getting, again, is this one, content. And it's always good to copy and paste so that you don't spell that wrong. So that's going to get us that element. We also need the next and previous links, var next btn equals document dot get element by ID. Next, var prev btn equals document dot get element by ID. Previous. So again, that's going to go into our document. We're going to get our next button, we're going to get our previous button, and we're going to get our content div that we're going to be putting into these elements here. And I have an extra space there that I shouldn't have. Make sure you fix that if you have that in there. Okay, document get element by ID, content, next, and previous. Great, so we've got all of that. In the next video, we'll add the event listener for when you click on this next link here to go to the next slide. And just like we did before, we'll build out the next one, and then when we're done with that one and we get that all working, we'll work on the previous one. So we'll go ahead and work on that one first. Okay, here's our event listener for when we click on the next button. And for this one, we're using the add event listener method instead of the on-click property. So we'll look at this method and we're going to add the event listener right to that next button variable that we created. And when it's clicked, we're going to run a function. This is an anonymous inline function. And we're going to pass in the event object so that we can prevent the default behavior of what happens when you click the link. So we don't want the browser to handle clicking the links the way it normally would. We want to prevent that default behavior. And prevent default will do that when we pass in this event object here. So we'll prevent default. And then just like before, we're going to increment the current image, and then we're going to check once again if the current image happens to be greater than the length of the array that we've got, -1. So again, this could be a 4 here, but instead of a 4, we're putting myphotos.length -1. If that's true, we're going to set current image back to 0. So that part's exactly the same as we did before. And really this part is only different because we're using the event listener instead. So let's go ahead and put this in. So I have my next button here, which is already going and getting that element. So now I can just do next btn.add event listener, and I'm listening for a click. That's what I'm listening for. And when the click happens, I'm going to run a function. And I'm going to pass into that function the event object. I'm going to put a semicolon at the end of this line. So this function is going to run when the click happens. And then I'm going to click inside here and I'm going to add something like event.prevent default. So that'll prevent the default behavior so that when I click on this link, I don't actually get the hashtag coming up in the browser. And that's kind of nice to not have that show up. So it just prevents sort of even trying to go to this href at all. And that's great. And then what we're going to do is we're going to increment current image ++, same as we did before. And just like we did before, if current image is greater than my photos dot length minus 1. So really a 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If it's greater than 4, my photo's length would be 5. But I want to check to see if it's greater than 4. Because if it's greater than 4, then what I want to do is I want to move it back to current image equals 0. So I will put it back to where it was initially. And again, you could put this on a separate line here. I kind of like it organized this way because that's all just on one line there. There we go. So now current image is going to increment and it's going to go up and it's going to become either, it's going to go from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 and then back to 0. Here's the new part. Instead of just swapping the source attribute, which is what we did in the first slideshow, in this one, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new image element. Document create element img. So that makes a new image tag. I'm going to put it into this variable called new slide. And then I'm going to set the source, new slide src, to slides / my photos current image. Notice the use of the tick marks here. And the $ curly brace is going to hold the variable for the my photos thing. Okay, so that's going to go get the next photo from the slides folder. And then I'm going to also add a class name, fade in image. And you'll remember we just added that class to the CSS. So we know what that does. When we add that class, it runs that animation over 2 seconds of actually fading in the image. And then we append the child to the slide. So the new slide gets appended to the container. It gets appended with this source and this class. As soon as it gets appended to the container, that animation runs and changes the opacity from 0. It starts at 0 and it goes to 1, which means it's going to go from completely transparent to completely opaque. And because we're adding it into this container, and the CSS for that container is to make these images position absolute, it's going to get put right on top of the previous image. And because it's the same size as the previous image, it will completely cover it. But because it comes in as transparent, you'll see the other image underneath it at first, and then over 2 seconds, it'll become opaque. And that's where it will cause the fade in effect. So let's go ahead and add this to our code over here. Var new slide. And I'm going to set that to document.create element. And what am I going to create? I'm going to create an image, img. So there we go. So now we've got a variable that's holding a new image element. The image element is not on the page, but it's there. And then I'm going to say new slide dot class name equals fade in img. Make sure you spell it right. This needs to match exactly what you have here, fade in image. Those two things need to match. Doesn't matter if you spelled it differently from how I did, as long as this one matches, as long as they're the same as each other, and then that's fine. So we're going to add that on there. Oh, I also forgot. I'm going to do new slide dot src. I'm going to set its source to, I'm going to use my tick marks here, tick, tick. And in here, I'm going to say, okay, slides, because I'm in a folder called slides over here. I need to go to slides, and then I need to do slash, and I would put image 1 or image 2 or image 3, but instead I'm going to put a variable there. So again, we do the $ and the curly braces so we can do a variable. And what variable do we want? we want my photos, square brackets, current image. That current image right there. Current image. So when we click the next button the first time, it starts off at 0. When we click it the first time, it gets incremented to 1. So when that gets incremented to 1, a new photo gets created, and the source gets set to, this gets incremented to 1, so the source gets set to image 2, and that goes in there. So it's slide slash, that'll be an image2.jpg the first time you click it. The next time you click it, it'll be an image 3. And when you get to image 5, if you click it again, that gets beyond the length here, so it gets set back to 0, so it'll go back to 1. Now the last thing we need to do here is append this to the container. And we created a variable here for the container. So we can say container.append child new slide. So it'll take that new slide that we created here as an image, set the source, set the class, and put it on in there. Put it on the page. Let's save this and see if I did it right. I'm going to go over to my slideshow here, click refresh, and then click next. And look at that, it's working. It's working just perfectly. Next, and I can see in here that it's adding the images one on top of the other. It put 3 on top of 2. It put 4 on top of 3. It put 5 on top of 4. And now it'll put 1 on top of 5. And you'll see as you're adding them, that animation is taking place. And over 2 seconds, the picture comes in as transparent. And then over 2 seconds, it fades to opaque. And that's what's creating that crossfade effect. As you just saw, this is working. And the images are coming in and they're stacking one on top of the other and fading in. But there's one thing that we can do to make this a little bit better. I don't really like that every time I click the link, it's adding more images to the DOM, especially when it starts adding the same images to the DOM over and over and over again. I think that it could be a little bit more efficient and a little bit better and a little bit cleaner. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove the extra ones, the extra images as the new images come in. So what we'll do is we'll say, okay, container, you have children. The children of the container are the images. And if I have more than 2 images, if children.length is greater than 2, I'm going to remove the first one in that container, the bottom image. I'm going to remove the one from the very bottom of that list, which is not showing anyway. It's at the bottom of the stack and it's not going to be seen anyway. So that means you'll have one image and then you'll put another image on top. And as soon as you click next and add a third image, then the one at the very bottom of the list will go away so that you never have more than 2 in the list. And I think that that makes the script a little bit better, keeps our DOM a little bit cleaner because we're not continuing to add more and more elements every time somebody clicks the link for next. So let's go ahead and add this to our script over here. So down here, I'm going to say if, and in here I'm going to just put container dot children dot length. If that's greater than 2, then I want to do something. And what do I want to do if it's greater than 2? What I want to do is I want to say container dot remove child. I want to remove a child. Which child do I want to remove? I want to do container.children. That'll be all of them, but I want to get square bracket 0. That will remove the bottommost child from the list. And we're using the remove child method, which is a document method that allows us to go into the document and remove a child from a particular element, in this case, the container. And again, up here, the container is this thing, this div, and it has children, which are images. And this, when we start off the page, there's just one, but as we've been clicking the link, it adds more and more and more and more in there. And we really don't want that to happen. So this will keep us from adding more than 2, because once we get more than 2, it'll remove the bottom one from the list. Let's save this and see if I typed it all right and test it over here. And I'm going to look at my content here. You can see I've got one image there. I add one, so that adds image number 2 on there. And then now if I click it again, whoops, image number 3, what did I do wrong over here? And this happens. You'll notice over here I've got errors. So what did I do wrong? Let's go to the console and see. Oh, container is not defined. So this is a perfect example of a type of error that might come up, will probably come up if you spell something wrong. And it says over here on line 39, container. Line 39, container. Container. There we go. Let's try that. Come back here. We all make misspellings. We all make mistakes. Don't expect to not make mistakes. It's great when those come up while I'm doing this, because then you get to see how I fix it. All right, so coming in here, I can click next, and it's adding that on there. You'll notice I'm not getting the error now. And now when I click the third one, it should add the third image, but also remove the first one at the bottom there, or really at the top of this list. But really this one is underneath that one. So that's what I mean by bottom. So now we've added image 3, but image 1 went away. And I can keep going. And I'll do image 4 on top of there. And then image 5, we've got 4 and 5 on the screen. 4 is on the bottom, 5 is on the top. And image 1 is now on the top. You might be wondering why the one down here at the bottom is on the top. You have to remember the page renders from the top to the bottom. And the fact that these are set to position absolute means that this one gets added to the page first, and then this one gets added to the page second. And because it gets added to the page second, and because of the absolute positioning, that means it ends up on top. It's on top of the first image. So that's working just great. Exactly what we want. We have our next button working just fine. So I can click next and it will go through the slides. And not only that, but it's kind of nice and clean because it removes any extra slides we don't need as it's adding new slides on top. So that's really neat and that's working. So now the question is, how do we get the previous button to work? Because currently clicking that does nothing but reset the page, and notice we're getting the hashtag up here. So how do we get the previous button to work? What we want to do is pretty much the same thing that we did with the next button, but with the previous button. See if you can do that challenge on your own. And you can even go ahead and take this function that we've written for the next button here, this one here, copy and paste it, and see what you need to change to make it work for the previous button. And just like before, you can use, you can actually use the previous slideshow, the previous project, the earlier version of the slideshow, to figure out how to do this, because we're going to decrement the image, and this is going to change. But all of this is going to remain exactly the same. So see if you can do it on your own. Pause this video and come back when you've tried it, and either you've gotten it to work or you haven't gotten it to work. Now, even if you don't get it to work, that's okay. Try to do it on your own. Did you get something like this? Hopefully you did. Let's take a look at what's changed here. What's changed is here we're putting the event listener on the previous button instead of the next button. So that's different. The rest of this is all the same. Instead of incrementing current image, we're decrementing it. So that's different. And then down here, the if statement has changed a little bit. If the current image is less than 0, we're setting current image to photos length -1, just like we did in the previous slideshow. So other than that, everything else is the same. So let's see if we can actually make this work. Over here, I'm going to copy this script and then paste it here and just change this to prev-btn, which is what I have up here, prev-btn. So that's going to go into the DOM and get that button and add the event listener to it, and all this stuff is the same. The only thing that's different is here. This gets decremented. And then down here, if this is less than 0, then we're going to set current image to myphotos.length -1. Okay, so that's going to set that all up there to work for the current image for that one. And that should be it. That's all we need. The rest is going to be the same. We're still going to create an image. We're still going to go get the image from the array based on the value of current image here. And then we're still going to apply that class to it, and we're going to still put it on the page, and we're still going to remove the extra children. So all the rest should be the same. Let's see if this works. If we come back and click refresh, next works. I can add images, and over here you can see they're getting added. Image 2, image 3, I could add one more, image 4. And now when I click previous, you can see image 3 got put on top and image 4 is now on the bottom. Image 2 is now on top, image 3 is on the bottom. Image 1, and then image 5, because we're going to the end of the array. And then back on down through the array like that. So that's working perfectly, just exactly what we want. Your script is working great, and you could just leave it the way it is. It's totally fine. But you'll notice that we have a fair amount of duplicate code. If we go over and look at our script, we've got this chunk of code in here. That's a good, several lines of code, which is exactly the same as this chunk of code up here. And there's a concept in programming called don't repeat yourself, dry, don't repeat yourself. So what we want to do is, instead of repeat this code twice, pull it out and put it into a separate function. We're going to make a function called swap image, something like that. And that function is going to have this chunk of code in it. And then instead of having this chunk of code here in each of these event listeners, we can just run that function twice, once in the next button event listener function and one in the previous event listener button function. So try to do that on your own. See if you can pull that code out, put it in a separate function, and give that function a name, and then call that function here inside these functions. And see if you can do that on your own. Pause this video now and try it. And if you can't figure it out, or once you do figure it out, continue with the video to see if you got the same thing that I got. Did you get something like this? I hope you did. You may have named it something slightly different, and that's fine, but this is what I named it, swap image. And down here I have a swap image function. Let's do this together just in case you got stuck, and you can see how I would go about doing this. So down here, I'm going to make a new function. Function swap image. And then that function is going to contain all of this stuff in here. So I can cut that and stick it inside this function. There we go. And now, instead of having that up there, I can just run swap image right here. I can also run it here in place of this stuff because it's all exactly the same. There we go. So now we've got a function called swap image that will run twice. It'll run the same function basically if you're clicking the next button or the previous button. And that kind of cleans up our code because we can see here very clearly that the next button is incrementing this variable and then checking with an if statement and then running a function. And we can come down here and we can see what that function does very easily without any fuss or muss. So that kind of really cleans up the code a bit. Let's test it and make sure we did it right. So over here, I'm going to refresh the page. If I click next, you can see that the script is working exactly the same as it did before. Nothing else has changed really. We're not adding any new functionality. We're just refactoring our code. You always want to refactor your code and try to make it better and try to reduce the amount of code or make it cleaner or make it easier to read. All of these things you want to do. And often when you're working on projects, you'll find ways, you'll look at an old piece of code and you go, oh, wow, I could have made that simpler. And you'll do that. And that's just part of the normal process for any programmer. Now, the very last thing to do here is to put it in a separate linked file and to do all of our nice cleanup stuff to follow best practices for scope and for everything else. So let's do that quickly together as well. So I'm going to come back to my file over here. I'm going to make a new file on here. Click new file here and call it script.js. And look at that. I've made a mistake because I can see it's putting it inside my slides folder, which is not where I want it. So you want to actually move that out here. Are you sure you want to move? Yes, move. So now it's here. So make sure it's not inside the slides folder. It's here, script.js. And you could put it inside the slides folder and link it there. It just doesn't really make a lot of logical sense to put it in there. Okay, so on the script file, once again, I'm going to add my immediately invoked function, parentheses, curly braces, and then an additional set of parentheses and a semicolon. It's terrible syntax, but that's what we do here. This function will run immediately when the page runs. And then click between the curly braces and move that down. And we're going to add use strict in here. So that's great. So we've got use strict in there. And now we can come over here to grab our script from here. We're just going to grab everything inside our script tags all the way up to the very top of the script tag here. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to stick it over here and paste it in there. And I'm going to actually Shift Tab to move it back. So now that's in there. That's good. Now the last thing I want to do is I want to go through and fix the variables here. This one, current image, is going to change. That variable is going to change down here. We can see that. So that needs to be let. But the rest of these can all be const, 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 because those aren't going to change during the script at all, during the running of the script. And then down in the swap image, we have a variable here. That one can also be const. Great, so we've got that. So now we've got our file all set, and that's all looking good. Over here on our index file, we just need to get rid of that stuff and put in here src equals script.js. That's our file. And we can put this up here like so. We could leave it like that, or even better, we could take this and move it up here into the head of the page and add the defer attribute here. Save that, and then always check to make sure you didn't mess things up along the way. And look at that, it's working perfectly. Everything works great. So there we go. We have finished our script and we've cleaned it all up. And in this lesson, you've learned a lot about some different ways of doing things and how to add elements to the page and remove them from the page, all with using our document object model as well as our event handlers. And this is a really great little slideshow that you could use on any web page. And yeah, I think this is a great project. Hello, and welcome to the fourth module of this course. Congratulations for making it this far. You've learned a lot of JavaScript so far, and this fourth module is going to really help you push your skills even further. In this module, we'll be doing a lot of practice. To learn JavaScript, you really have to practice. You have to get used to the syntax. You have to think about how to break problems down into smaller pieces to actually make something that works. And we'll be doing that in this fourth module. And by creating interactive elements and practicing what you've already learned, you'll be making some things that are interesting and fun, but also really learning JavaScript along the way. So let's get to it, and hopefully by the end of this module, you'll be really excited about what you've learned so far in this course, and you'll be excited to go on to the next course and learn even more about JavaScript. In this project, we'll take an interface that I've already created and make it work so that we end up with this little tool that will convert miles to kilometers. And through doing this project, you'll get to use a bunch of the pieces we've talked about already, learning JavaScript. You'll capture data from a form element and manipulate the DOM, change the DOM by adding this actual conversion down here. And we'll do a bunch of the different types of things that we've been doing so far with JavaScript to create this little tool. And the interface is already created. You can see I have it over here. The HTML generates this interface, but at this point it doesn't function. So our job today is to make this thing actually function and write the JavaScript to take the data that somebody types into distance and convert it to miles. So, convert it to kilometers. So yeah, let's take a quick look at the HTML that we have here. Nothing too fancy here. We just have some basic HTML with a form and a container down here where the answer is going to go when we convert the miles. And then I've got some styling over here already in place, probably more styling than I really need, but that's okay. We don't need to touch any of that. At this point, what we're going to do is we're going to add a script tag down at the bottom and start figuring out how we're going to capture this. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and add a script tag here. And then in here, we want to capture the submission of this form here called convert. So we've got an ID for the form, so convert. So we want to do down here, we want to have a document .get element by ID. And then we want to get the ID convert. And we want to add an event listener. Add event listener. And the event we want to capture is a submit event. When the form is submitted, we want to do something. And what do we want to do? We want to run a function. Now, all the rest of the code for the script is going to go between these two curly braces here inside this anonymous function. So I can click there and move that down. Okay, great. So we've got our event listener here. Now, normally, when events happen like a submission of a form, what happens is either the data from the form goes to, if you have an action in here like we do here on this form, it would go to some PHP file to be handled. Or if you don't have an action, if you don't have this attribute here at all, then what it'll do is it will actually refresh the web page. And we don't want that to happen. We want to stop the normal processing of the form. So in that case, we're going to pass in the special event object. And we could pass it in as event, or some people pass it in as EVT, or some people just use E. I'm going to leave it as event just to make it clear that that's what it is. It's the special event object. And then we're going to keep that form from being processed by using event.preventDefault, which is a method that will keep that form from getting processed and from refreshing the page or trying to go to that PHP file when we submit the form. So that's the thing we want to do first here. The next thing that we want to do is we want to capture the data that somebody typed into this input field here with the ID of distance. So we want to capture that data and we want to put it into a variable. So let's make a variable distance, var distance. And then how would we capture that data? Do you remember? Do you remember how to get that data out of that field? See if you can think about how to type in the rest of this on your own for a second and try it. Just try to see what you can get. Try it and see what you get. See if you get what matches what I do here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put mine in, but hopefully this is what you got. Document.getElement by ID. And which ID do I want? I want this ID distance. And what do I want from there? I want the dot value. That's going to take whatever somebody's typed into the field and stick it into this variable distance. Let's give it a try real quick. If we do alert distance, we should get that data coming up here. So if I come back here and refresh this and then type in 5 and click convert distance, you can see that the alert pops up and it gives me a 5. If I put 54, it'll come up and it'll give me a 54. So that is capturing that value. It's preventing the default behavior of submitting the form and trying to go to the PHP file. If you don't do event prevent default, let's just see what this happens for a second here. If I just comment this out and come back here and refresh this. If I don't do prevent default, convert distance, it gives me the 5, but then tries to go to some PHP file, which we don't want. So it is getting that data, but then it's trying to go through to the form. So we don't want that. We want to prevent the default behavior, and that's what that does. Okay, great. So we're getting that distance there, and we're off and running here with our project. Let's pick it up in the next video. The next thing that's important to understand is that when you type a number in here, JavaScript sees that number as a string. So if I type a 5 in there, it'll be a string that holds the value 5 rather than the number 5. And I need to actually take that number, that string, and convert it to a number. We could use a method in JavaScript called parseInt, but what parseInt does is it'll only capture the integer of the number rather than a decimal number. And it's possible that I would want to capture 5.5 miles and convert it to kilometers. So what we're going to use instead is parsefloat. And what parsefloat will do is it'll allow us to take that number and convert it to a floating decimal point. So down here, I'm going I'm going to leave the alert for a second here, but I'm going to, just before that, I'm going to say distance equals parse float distance. So I'm taking distance and running it through parse float, then assigning it back to distance, and I can alert that out. So let's just see what that gives us over here. If I come back and refresh this, you have to refresh it. If I put in a 5 and convert distance, it'll give me a 5. But if I put in chicken, it'll give me NaN, not a number, which, as you know, resolves to false. Okay, so not a number is false, it's falsy, just like 0 or a number of other things are falsy. But a number is true, so 5 will work, 5.5 will work. Interestingly, 0 won't. 0 is still false. But I don't know why you'd want to convert 0 miles to 0 kilometers to kilometers, since they're both just 0. But that's what we need to do first, is to get that to turn into a number. Now down here, we can actually combine these two lines into one line here. Instead of having this distance and then assigning it back to itself, we could actually put parse float here with its opening parenthesis, and then we can close the parenthesis at the end after the value. And we can get rid of this line. So that does the same thing all in one line. It takes the value from the distance field and then runs it through parse float and assigns it to distance. Remember, JavaScript works from the inside out. The next thing we need to do is check to see if distance is an actual number. Instead of, if somebody put in something that's not a number, we can't convert that to kilometers. So we need to make sure distance is a number. So we can do that with an if statement. And remember, if we put in a number like 5 or 5.4 or 25 or whatever it is, that's going to come back true. That's true. That's truthy. Whereas if you put something that's not a number, parsint is going to convert it to NaN, which is not a number, and that comes back false. Or 0 will come back false, those kinds of things. So we can just say if distance. So if distance is a number, because we're getting a number here, then we're going to convert and round the distance. Otherwise, and then put the answer down at the bottom. Otherwise, we'll display an error message down at the bottom. So let's go ahead and add this if statement down here. And we probably don't need this alert for right now, or I might end up moving it in a minute. If distance, we're going to do something there. We're going to convert and then display the answer. Else, display error. Okay, so let's actually take this alert distance here and stick it in here. We don't need it up here anymore. So you'll see now with that, if I test this, if I put a number in here, it'll alert out the number that I put in there. If I put something other than a number in there, it won't, because the else is running. We haven't actually done anything with the else, but it is running and it's not doing that alert. Okay, great. So we're all set up here and ready to write the rest of our script. Let's go ahead and work on that next. So I'm going to make a variable here. Get rid of this alert. Make a variable var conversion. And I'm going to assign it the conversion, which is distance times 1.609344. And what that will give us is the actual distance converted. But it's going to give us a very large number, or a number with a lot of numbers after the decimal point, potentially. So if I just do here alert conversion, make sure I spell that variable right, and test that, you'll see what I mean. If I come back here and refresh this, if I put in a 5 here, I will get 8 point, I don't want all these decimal numbers, and they can get even longer than that. I did 5.54.32 or something like that. You can see that's kind of long. I just want 3 here. I just want 3. So there are a couple different ways of addressing this and dealing with this. I'm going to show you kind of the manual way and then a way that's a little bit easier, because I think sometimes it's nice to see the manual way. So I'm going to make another variable var to rounded conversion equals math.random, not random, .round. Math.round. Now, if I just put in math.round conversion, what that's going to do is it's going to round it to the nearest whole number. I want some decimal points in there. So really what I want to do is I want to take that number and multiply it by 1,000. And then after the conversion, divide by 1,000. So that's going to take the number, round it, and then divide it. And we might need an extra set of parentheses here just to make sure that it does the inner part first. So we round that. We take conversion, multiply it by 1,000, round it, and then divide it by 1,000. And let's see what that gives us. If we come back here. Now if I try to convert this, 54.32. Whoops, I have an error. Let's see what I did wrong. This is always a good way to see what's going on here. Console, or did I not actually I forgot to do the alert. That's what's going on here. Alert, rounded conversion. Try that again. 54.32. Convert distance. And you can see that it's cropping it off here after 2 decimal places here. Really, I wanted more decimal places than that. The other thing you can do that's easier, a little bit easier than this, is to use something called toFixed. It's a method called toFixed. So I could take conversion and put toFixed and put a 3 in there. And that will make sure it gets rounded to 3 decimal points. Let's see what that does. $54.32. And now I'm getting 87.420, which is the right thing there. So that's actually rounding it and making it work exactly the way I want it to go, giving me 3 decimal points. So that's kind of the easiest method to work with here is toFixed. Now I can actually put this all together in one line also. So I could do a parenthesis here and a parenthesis there. So it does that first and then .toFixed. 3. And let's see if that works. $54 convert distance. Oops, I did something wrong there, didn't I? Now, do I have an error? And look, you can see I have an error. Console. Rounded conversion is not defined. Over here, when I did this, I needed to change this variable here. So you can see how I figured that out. If it says rounded version, if it says a variable is not defined, you either spelled something wrong or you're using the wrong variable. So let's fix that. That's a really good example of the kinds of things that can go wrong. Your inspector is your friend. Always go in here and see if you can figure out. Sometimes the messages are a little obtuse, but usually with some experience, you get to sort of see how that works. So there it is. That's working just great. Okay, cool. Now we're ready to move on with the next part of the script. Okay, one thing we want to look at really quickly here before we go on with the script is at this H2 down here. So right now I have an H2 in there with a class of invisible. And if you go look at the styles, you'll notice that this class invisible over here in the styles is doing something to make that, it's basically setting the color of that text to the same color as the background of this div. And over here, if you go and actually look at this thing, you'll notice down here that that answer is in there. It's in there. You can't really see it because it's the same color, but it's actually there. And it just says, currently what it says is answer goes here. But what we can do is we can use inner HTML to replace this entire H2 in here with a new H2. And that H2 that we put in there won't have the class invisible, so it will be visible. So we want to get this div ID answer here first. So up here, let's get rid of this alert. We're going to work on this display piece here, so I'm going to get rid of that. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have a variable var answer and set that to equal to document dot get element by ID answer. So that's our element there that we're getting, and then we want to get that element and we want to use inner HTML. So I'm going to say answer dot inner HTML equals quote quote, and in here I'm going to add an H2, which opens and closes, H2. It's always best to open and close things right away. And then in here I'm going to say actually, rather than use the quotes here, I'm going to use the tick marks. So like that, semicolon. Let's do that again. H2, close the H2. There we go, because this is going to be a string literal when we're done here. Okay, so in here, I'm going to add the distance. Well, let's see, what do I want to put in here? I want to put in here distance miles converts to X kilometers, right? Where distance is really this variable distance here. So that's going to be a variable. So in there, I'm going to put curly braces, dollar sign, curly braces, distance, because that's a variable. Miles converts to, and X is going to be dollar sign, curly braces, conversion. You can stick conversion in there. And that should actually work. So let's see if that actually works. Come back over here. If I refresh this page and put a number in here and click convert, you can see 5 miles converts to 8.047 kilometers. And so that works perfectly fine. That's great. The next thing we need to do is handle the error down here. And we're going to put it into the same element here, this answer element here. So I could use document.getElementById and go get this answer div again and use inner HTML again. But since we've already gotten this and put it into this variable here, it makes more sense to move this variable out of the if statement and stick it up here somewhere. Go anywhere, really. I'll stick it here. So that's going to get defined to begin with. It could even go after the prevent default. It could go anywhere, really. But I'm going to just put it there. And then I can use the exact same variable down here. Answer.innerHTML equals. And now I don't have to use the tick marks because I'm not going to pass any variables in here. So I can just use regular quotes, H2, close the H2, always open and close before it, and then work on the inside from that way. Please provide a number. So that will handle the error. So let's make sure that works. If we come back over here and refresh this, if I put a chicken in here, a chicken cannot get converted to kilometers, so it says please provide a number. But if I put a number in here, that will convert just fine. So our little converter is working great, and that's awesome. This is our entire script, and it's working pretty well at this point. It seems to be working fine. And we've done a little bit of refactoring to kind of get it to a little bit more compact and a little bit more readable. We've tried a few different methods to make that all work. And it's all working great. And we could leave this script at the bottom of the page. There's not that much to it, and it's fine. But just for the sake of practice, let's move it to an external file and link it up, and then use our scope and best practices for converting everything. So over here, I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna make, whoops, I didn't mean to make a folder. I'm gonna make a file and call it script.js. And on that file, I'm going to add my IIFE, my immediately invoked function expression. So that starts with parentheses, and then in there I add a function with its parentheses and its curly braces, and then another set of parentheses and a semicolon. So this thing will run when the script file loads, it'll run. And my script is going to go inside the curly braces. So I'm going to move those down. And also I'm going to add in here use strict, my use strict directive, which is going to make sure that I'm not defining any variables without the var keyword. They don't get put into the wrong scope. I don't really have to worry that much about scope here since it's all pretty much within this one event handler, but still it's a good idea to put it in. So then I'm just going to copy all of this stuff, or you could cut it and paste it over here. There we go. There's our script. And in here, I'm going to come in and change my vars to either const or let. I think they will all work with const. Distance is going to get that once, and distance is not going to change. Const is going to come down here. Answer is always going to be answer, and then this one here, const as well. Conversion. So we've got all of that set. All right, great. Over here on my HTML file, instead of having the script here, I can leave it at the bottom of the screen if I want. That's fine. And just link to it here. src equals quote script.js. And that should work just fine. So if I go ahead and test that, it should work exactly the same as it worked before. And it works fine. That's great. Now, I could also move the script up into the head of the page, up here into the head. But I have to add the defer attribute here. Defer. Okay. And if I come back and test it, you'll see that still works. If you forget the defer attribute up here, then it's going to try to run that script before the page loads, and it won't work properly. Your file couldn't be accessed. It's trying to go to the some.php file because that script never loaded and it never prevented the default behavior. So that didn't work. So you need to have that defer keyword in there to make sure that this script is deferred until the rest of the file loads. But there we have it. It's a great little tool, and it's allowed us to practice many of the things that we've been talking about during this course. And we'll look at a slightly more advanced version of the project next. Advanced distance converter. Using JavaScript to convert distances. In this project, we're going to do an extension to what we did in the earlier project for the distance converter. We're just going to add an additional feature. And what that additional feature is, it'll convert miles to kilometers, but we can press the K key to convert kilometers to miles, or we can press the M key to go back. So we can go back and forth between doing different types of conversions. So that's kind of neat. So if I put a 5 in here and click convert distance, it'll tell me 5 kilometers converts to 3.107 miles. Or if I press the M key, I can convert 5 miles to 8.047 kilometers. So that's pretty neat. Notice that a few things are changing when I do this. The header changes here. This little piece of instruction changes slightly here. And, a few other things have to be sort of managed. Down here, I've got a set of instructions down here on the bottom of the page that tell you which keys to press and that kind of stuff. So that gets us set up to start coding this project and getting the script working. And you'll notice that if you look at the start file here, it looks very similar to what we had before. We just need to get started with a script tag down here. And then the very first thing we're going to put in there is just some variables that we need in order to make this work. So we're going to need a variable called convert type that's going to be set initially to miles. And then when you press the K key or the M key, it's going to update that value to kilometers or miles, depending on which key you press. So we'll be capturing key presses and doing that kind of thing. So let's do that. And then we also need to get the H1 because we're going to change that in that intro text. We might as well gather that answer element down there as well, and also the form that we have in there. So let's go ahead and add these variables really quickly. Var convert type. I'm going to set it to miles initially. And then I've got var, and I've got, what did I call it? Heading. Heading, yeah. Var heading equals document dot get element. We don't have an ID up there, do we? No, so I guess we should use query selector. query selector H1. That will get the heading. And then we need this sort of intro paragraph here. So var, and just to make it match what I have over here, it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to call it intro. Equals document dot query selector P. This is the first paragraph on the page. Actually, it's the only paragraph on the page. So, but remember, query selector will grab the first one that it finds. So that's kind of handy. So I can just do query selector P. I don't have to do anything complicated to get to that paragraph. So we can get to that. We might as well grab this answer div down here. Var answer div equals document dot get element. This one I'm going to use get element by ID. And the ID I need for that is answer, right? Yeah, answer. And then we might as well also get the actual form. Var form equals document dot get element by ID. And the form has the ID set to convert. So that gives us all the variables that we need kind of right here at the top of our script. And we're ready to start working on what we need to work on to continue the script. So we'll pick that up in the next video. Okay, next we need to add two event listeners. One is going to handle key down, so when we handle the K or the press of the K key or the M key, and the other one is going to handle the submission of the form. So let's add these two event listeners before we do anything else. Come over here to my code. Down here in my script, I'm going to have document.add event listener. And the event I'm listening for is a key down event, key down. And then I'm going to run a function. And everything for that event listener will go between those curly braces. So that's one. And then we need to deal with the submission of the form. We already have a variable that's going and getting that form by ID. So I can just do form.add event listener. And again, we want to do submit. When the form is submitted, we want to run a function. It's going to run and do all the fancy stuff. So that is going to happen in there. All right, great. So we've got our two event listeners and we're ready to get started with this. And we'll work on the key down event listener first. To do that, we're going to pass in the event object here. And before we had used event.which to figure out which key was pressed, but event.which is now deprecated. And really what they want us to be using over at the MDN is event.code. Let's assign that to a variable. Var key equals event.code. And then I'm just going to alert out key to see what I get. All right, great. Let's go over here and test this. If I refresh and I press the M key, I'm not getting anything. Did I do something wrong? Inspect. I don't have an error. alert key. Add event listener document. Add event listener, that should be right. No, I did that right. I was just on the wrong file. Make sure you have the right file loaded. That's always a good idea. Make sure you're working with the correct file. That happens sometimes. But let's try this again. If I press the M, I get key M. If I press the K, I get key K. So this is the new method that they want you to use that's not deprecated for grabbing keys. And instead of giving you a number, it gives you actually a key within the actual letter that you're pressing. So that's great. That's super useful. So we know how to actually capture those keys and know which one has been pressed. From here, writing the if statement is fairly simple now that we know what to expect. We can say if key is the same as, you could even do triple equals if you wanted to, key K, we're going to do one thing. Else, if key is the same as key M, we're going to do something else. And what are we going to do in here? We're going to do some things like, first, we're going to change the header, the heading. We're going to change the intro paragraph. We need to do that. And also we need to change the value of the convert type variable. So we're going to change this variable from miles to kilometers if you press the K key, and then we're going to turn it back to miles if you press that one. So those are three things that we need to do in each of these as we go forward here with this function. So we'll handle that in the next video. Okay, so now we're going to put this in here, and first I'm going to actually do it the other way around. I'm going to have var where I'm going to set convert type. We already have it defined up there, so we don't use var. Convert type equals kilometers. So that's going to get set to kilometers as a value, as opposed to miles. And you could just use K and M in there if you wanted to keep it short, and that's fine. And then I'm going to change the heading in here next. Like that, heading.innerHTML equals kilometers to miles converter. So that's going to change that heading up at the top of the page. And then the third thing I want to do is just change the intro paragraph. So let's do that next. So that's this variable here, intro. So I can very easily just type intro, if I could spell it right, .innerHTML equals, and then I'm just going to paste this in, but you're going to have to type it. Type in a number of kilometers and click the button to convert the distance to miles. There we go. So we've got all of these set in here. That's great. And really what we need to do is put the same thing down below. I'm just going to copy it and paste it. But instead of kilometers, this is going to be miles. And then over here, we're going to say miles to kilometers converter, and then type the number of miles and click the button to convert the distance to kilometers. That's nice and easy. Great. So that should be working in terms of which key I've pressed here and how that's going to work. And if I come over and test this, you should see if I press the K key, it switches to kilometers to miles. This statement changes. And if I press the M key, it switches back. So that's working great so far. Excellent. Now we can start the second part of the script, which is the form submission handler. And we can pass in the event and once again do event prevent default to keep that form from being actually submitted. So we're going to pass in our event object here. And down here again do event.prevent default. Great. And then we want to do the same thing we did before and get our variable out of there, distance, var distance equals document.getElementById. And we're going into our form and getting the, up here in our form, we're getting this distance ID here. So getElementById distance dot value, like that. But just as we did before, we want to put parse float in front of this. Parse float, parenthesis, and then close the parenthesis at the end after value there. So that will actually take that and put that in there, just like we did before. Also, same as before, we're going to say if distance, if that's really a number, then we're going to do something here, right? Otherwise, we're going to do something down here. Else, and really what we want is just to set that answer.innerHTML equal to h2, whoops, h2, and in there I'm going to just say, please provide a number. Something like that. That's fine. So that will handle the error down there if somebody doesn't put in a number. But in here, what we're going to do is, this is where we're going to do something different. And see if you can think about what we need to do. We need to check to see what the value of this variable convert type is, because it's either set to miles or kilometers. And this is one reason why we set this variables, we initialize this variable out here in the global scope so we would have access to it down here as well inside this event listener function here. So we want to be able to have access to that variable there. We need to see what it is, because if it's one, we're going to do one type of conversion. If it's the other, we're going to do another type of conversion. And we'll look at that next. Okay, so now we need to actually do the conversion here, and based on which value this variable has here, convert type. So to convert miles to kilometers, the ratio is this. And to convert K to M, the ratio is this. Okay, so see if you can figure out what we need to do inside this if statement to handle both the conversions. See if you can get it on your own. Pause this video and see if you can write the if statement you need in order to do this using these two values for numbers here. Hopefully you got something like this. If convert type is the same as miles We're going to convert that there. Else, we'll convert the other one. So if it's the same as miles, we're going to take distance. We're going to have variable var converted, something like that, equals distance times this number here. Right? Now, we can put parentheses around that and then do 2 fixed to give us 3 decimal places. So that's what happens if we're converting to miles, whereas down here in the else, converted is going to be set to this value. And then we can just set the answer div, right? Answer.innerHTML equals, and we're going to use our tick marks, and we're going to say X miles converts to Y kilometers. But X is now going to be not X, it's going to be $, curly braces, curly braces, and in there I'm going to put distance converts to $, curly braces, converted. There we go. And down here, it's going to be the same thing. Answer, copy that, stick that down here, except instead of miles, that's going to say kilometers, converts to miles. Save that. There we go. So now we're able to convert both miles and kilometers and put the correct answer. Yet if somebody enters in something that's not a number, that will still be handled. And that should work. Let's test it and see. Refresh, miles to kilometers. If I put in 1 mile, that converts to 1.609 kilometers. That's correct. If I press my K key, kilometers to miles, convert, and I get 0.61 miles, and that's correct. You can do 10 and test it, and you'll see that you'll get the correct answers. Press M, convert, and you can see that that's working. So there we go. We have a working distance converter for a more advanced distance converter that will allow us to switch between miles and kilometers for our converting. And over here in our script, the important thing to recognize here is that we're using a variable up here at the top, convert type, and we're adjusting the value of that variable here based on the key that's pressed. And then based on the value of that variable in this function down here, we're adjusting which one of these we're going to be using based on what the value of that variable is. Now, this is where we're starting to get into some scope and some it's a little bit more complex, because we're looking at a value that you need to get set in this function here and then access it in that function there. And we're doing that by defining the value up here. So that's pretty cool. So the last thing you should do with this is put it all into a script file at the top of, and link it to at the top of the page. instead of having it here in the bottom, and use all your best practices for that. You may not need to watch this video right now, but because you should know how to do this already, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to create a new file here called script.js, and really you can name the file whatever you want. And on this file, I'm going to add my my function here, my function that will run automatically, function with its parentheses and its curly braces, and an extra set of parentheses at the end. This is my automatically invoked function here. And then everything's going to go inside the curly braces. And down here, I'm going to add use strict, that directive, to make sure I don't have any variables being defined in the wrong place. And then I'm going to come in here and just copy all of this script, the whole thing, all the way from the top, all the way down to the bottom. And I'm going to paste it over here. I'm just going to paste it right in there, like that. I need to tab it back one. Shift tab. There we go. Now, for this one, it's more important to do this than for the previous script, partially because there's more code going on here, but also because we actually have some globally defined variables here. And it's possible that you don't want them, that you want these to not get used in the wrong place down there. Answer div, that's gray. Did I do the wrong thing down here? I did. Should be answer div. Answer div. Answer div. There we go. Make sure that matches. Okay, so so that's putting that should put that into the right place there. Okay, great. So over here in our file here, we can get rid of this stuff, and instead we can link to src equals script.js. There we go. And there we have it. So that should work great. Now we could move this up to the top of the file here. Defer. There we go. And that should all work just as well. So if I come back here and refresh this, distance 5, convert, that's working. 10, convert, and that's working. So, and I should be able to press miles to kilometers and do the other conversions as well. So that's all working perfectly fine and has been refactored a little bit so that this is all over here. Oh, the one last thing I didn't do is I didn't come in. Now this one needs to be let because that one's going to actually change values. This one can be const. This one can be const. This one can be const. Const. And then down here, const. Const and const. And just test it one more time. Always test to make sure you didn't set the wrong thing, but it should work. 5 miles. Press the M or the K key test it again, and that's working just great. Okay, great. So we have a great little utility here for converting miles to kilometers and kilometers to miles. Not that you needed something like this, but we have used a lot of the kinds of things that we've learned about in this course so far in terms of capturing some data from a form, being able to manipulate that data, and then change the DOM, change the actual web page based on what the user has done, including capturing key presses, which is pretty neat. Vacation destination list. For this part, we're going to be building the HTML and CSS for this vacation destination wish list app. For lack of a better word, we'll call it an app. It's not really an application in that it's not really that sophisticated. There's no database involved or anything like that, but we'll call it an app for lack of a better term, if you want to think of it differently. And basically what we'll do here is we'll have a form, and you can add a place that you want to go visit or see in the form, and it will add it to your wish list with the picture and everything. So that's pretty cool and pretty fun. But before we get there, we need to build up the HTML and CSS. And in previous projects, I've given you the HTML and CSS done. But with JavaScript, because it's such a relationship between JavaScript, the HTML, and the CSS, the three of them together, working together to create your interface, it's important to see how the HTML comes together for this project. It's not super complicated, but it's definitely more complex than the previous projects we've done, the distance converter projects and those kinds of things. So this is a really great capstone for the end of the first course, which will really bring together everything that you've learned in this course so far. And again, we've got 3 more courses to go after this, so you'll become an expert with JavaScript if you keep going. But let's start here. Okay. The user is going to add some information to the page here, and including a URL for a picture. But if no URL for a picture is provided, it will put a generic image in there for them. And if we go over and look at the files that we've got, the start files that you're going to start with, you'll notice that we have some images in here, and I have a signpost JPEG that's going to be used as a default image there. If an image is not provided by the user when they add their item to the list. Other than that, the page is fairly simple. We've got a link to the normalized CSS script, which all that does is make sure that different browsers render pretty much the same way. It sort of normalizes the differences between different browsers in the way they render things so that you don't end up with a different looking page in a different browser. Usually it's just minor things like different spacing and stuff like that. But that can be frustrating if you're a designer and you want it to look a certain way and it changes up. Plus we have linked a style sheet, which is currently empty. And we'll be adding some styles in there. And then on the body of our page, we have linked a JavaScript file, which is also empty. And in part 2, we'll actually be building the JavaScript for this project. So that's where we are. Let's see where we need to go first to get this thing started. The first thing we need to do is add a header element, which will open and close. And inside the header element, I'm going to add an H1 heading and a paragraph. And I'm going to paste them in here, but you're going to have to type these. So the H1, vacation destinations wish list, that's going to be our main H1 for the page. Should have your web pages should have a main heading, if at all possible, that Google will search and index and that kind of stuff. And then I've got a follow-up paragraph. Found exciting places to visit on your next vacation. Fix my English there. Places to visit on your next vacation. Use the form below to add them to your wish list. Probably should put a period at the end of that paragraph too. So there we go. So we've got kind of a place to start here and a little bit of language to get us going. Once you have that done, after the header, add a main element. And inside the main element, we're going to add a form, which is going to open and close. And then inside the form, we're going to add a button, which is going to open and close. The form needs an ID. And the ID that I'm going to use, and you can use something different if you want, but because this one's a little bit long, but it's kind of descriptive for me. So I'm going to use this ID. Destination underscore details form. No spaces. Destination details form. And then the button is going to get a type attribute. Type equals quote submit. There we go. And then we need to add some text to the button, which is going to be add to list, something like that. Add to wish list, something like that. That can be the text that shows up on the button here. Okay, great. We'll stop here and we will pick this up in the next video. Next, we'll add two fields. One is going to hold the name of the destination, and the other is going to hold the location of the destination. So each of these fields needs a label element, destination name, and that takes a for attribute, for name. And that for attribute connects to the ID of the input that goes with it. Input type equals text, ID equals name. And then also we want to make sure that users use this, so I'm just going to put required. Now, your browser has to support this for this to actually work, but rather than build in some form validation, which we're going to do in the next course, we'll talk more about form validation, but here we'll just use the built-in browser form validation, which isn't perfect, but it'll help. Okay, so now we've got a field here that is required, that has an ID that's going to match the for attribute, and it's type text. Okay, great. And then we're going to need another one, label for location. Location. Maybe I'll do destination location, something like that. And then, of course, we need the input for that. Input type equals text, ID equals location, and required, just like before. There we go. So we've got those two fields in place. And from there we can add, we're going to add a couple more fields, I think. Yes, we want two more fields. One for the photo. So I'm going to have a label for photo. And this one is going to be an input type equals URL, because we're going to paste in a URL here for a photo that's already online rather than upload a photo or anything like that. That would be much more complicated. But we can just very easily find a photo online of where we want to put it and put that in there. And the ID is going to be set to photo. And this one is not going to be required because we can have a default photo in case we need it. And then the last one we need, label for description. We'll have a, location or destination description. And this is going to be a text area. Like so. It needs to have an ID set to description to match the for attribute. And there we go. Our form is basically built. The only thing that would be kind of nice is if we had some placeholder text in these fields. So we can add a placeholder attribute and set this one to provide a name for the destination. Down here we'll do a placeholder. Where is this destination located? For the photo, we can do one there as well. Provide a URL for a photo. And for the description, what is, or maybe describe the destination. That gives us a few things to look for, a few directions for our user, which is helpful. Okay, great. So we've got that. We can save that, and we're ready to add the element that's going to take the results we put in there. That will be an article. After the form, add an article, and then we're going to add an H2 with an ID set to title. And initially, this H2 is going to have a value set to enter destination details. So that's giving us some instructions there. And then after that, we're going to have just a div that's going to be a container for this thing. And it's going to get an ID, destinations container, like so. And this div is really going to have in it, the content generated by JS. So that's going to get the content that JavaScript is going to actually generate is going to go inside this container. And I believe that pretty much finishes the HTML that we need for now. That'll pretty much finish us off for all the HTML we need. Save the file. And then let's just go take a quick look at it over here. If I refresh this, you'll see it doesn't look like much. It doesn't look very good. We don't have any styling in here yet. So we'll do the styling next. We have the HTML in place, and now we're ready to start styling the page and making it look a little bit better. We have the normalize script up at the top of the page, which will help smooth out the differences between different browsers. But beyond that, personally, I find it helpful to zero out some margins and padding on some elements and then add them back the way I want them in order to get them to work. So I have here a few reset CSS things that I think are kind of helpful in general. And this is just my own personal preference. you could leave these out if you wanted to, but generally I think they help with sort of zeroing out some of the base styles that most browsers display by default. So I'm going to go ahead and add these in. And over here, I'm going to add on my style sheet here a rule for H1, H2, H3, H4, UL, LI, and paragraphs. I don't know what's going on with that. There we go. Oh, I'm putting this on the script page. Styles. H1, H2, H3, H4, UL, LI, and paragraphs. Margin 0, padding 0. That just kind of gets rid of the margin and padding on those elements. It's also helpful to say IMG max width 100%. I think that's kind of helpful to make sure images don't bust out of their containers. If you if you put an image in for a URL that's too big to fit in the container, it'll overflow it. We don't want that to happen. So we'll set that as well. And then I also have over here just some styles for the body. I'm going to set the font to Arial. Arial is the font that most computers have, so that'll work pretty well. And I'm going to set the color to a dark gray, the color of text to a dark gray in this basic rule here. So let's just add that really quickly as well. So I'm going to have body, font dash family, Arial, and color #333. And already you'll see that the page is starting to come together a little bit with some of that styling. There we go. Notice that we've lost a bunch of the margin and padding on those things. Okay, great. Next, we're going to style up the header and the main content to kind of get them to look the way we want them to look. So header, I'm going to set the padding, background color, text align center, the color of the text in there, and then the margin on the bottom. So let's do it. Go ahead and do that. Header, padding 50 px, background color, I'm using this cornflower blue, we're setting the color of the text to white, text align, center, and I put margin on the bottom, margin bottom 20 px, and anything else that I did over here. Yeah, that's all good. All right, good. And then for main, we're going to have a max width of 800 pixels, padding 20 pixels, margin auto, that will center it on the page, display flex, that will make the two items in there sit next to each other, and justify content space between. And then we'll set sort of percentage width or specific width for those two items that are going to sit next to each other on the page there. So let's go ahead and add that in. Main, max width 800 px. It's kind of a narrow page, but that's okay for what we're doing. Display flex That turns it into a flex box. And I did some stuff with margin and padding. What did I do here? Padding 20 pixels, margin auto. Put that above, actually. It doesn't really matter, but padding 20 px, margin auto. There we go. And then with display flex, we'll do justify content, space between, which will put a gap between those two items. The two items that are going to go next to each other are the form on the left and then this article on the right. Those become flex items. They're going to go next to each other to sit next to each other in our design. So just like that, even with just those two rules, you'll see it's starting to come together a little bit there. Not very much yet, but it's starting to come together. Okay, great. We'll pick up the styling in the next video. Okay, so next we're going to set the width of the form and the article respectively. We'll add some margin back in the bottom of these elements so that they start to look a little bit better. And then the title is going to get text aligned to the center. So we'll be able to do all of that here. So let's go ahead and add that into our style sheet here. Main.form, we'll target the form itself. Width 40%. Setting it up a little bit to be responsive, but not entirely. Main article is going to be width 45%. So that adds up to 85%, which means that 15% will be left to be the gap between those two to create a little bit of a gutter between these two columns here. So we got that in, and then we can just put the margin on the bottom of these elements. H1, H2, H3, H4. If we have all of those, I think we might. Margin, dash bottom, 1M. You might be wondering, well, it seems kind of silly to take the margin out up above and then put it back in down below, but I found that I get a lot more control over the look of my pages and the visual spacing between things if these elements only have margin on the bottom and not margin on top and bottom, which is what they get by default in most browsers. Okay, so if we save that and check it over here, you can see it's starting to come together a little bit more. But the last thing I was going to do is center that title over there. So we've got pound title, text align, center. There we go. Let's see what else we need to do for styling. Got that going, so that's centered over there now. That's great. And then now we can, now we're just going to do a little bit with forms. And with forms, you could spend a lot of time designing forms and styling them. We're just going to do a little bit right now. What you should notice to begin with is that by default, form elements are inline or phrasing elements, and they'll go next to each other. And we don't really like that. We want it to kind of stack. So if you set them to display block and then work with them, they're a little bit easier to work with. Okay, so let's go ahead and add these rules in here. For the label, we're going to tell that to display block and put a little bit of margin on the bottom. Margin bottom 1M is fine. That's cool. So that'll work. And then for the other thing, we've got input. We've got the text area. And we've got this form. What did I have over here? I called it, just the destination details form button. So this is just the button inside the form. And I'm being specific because we might end up with another button later. And destination details form button. So that button, that specific button that's in over here. So that's this form, destination details form, and then this button down here. So I didn't put an ID on it. So being kind of specific there. And what we want to set is just display block width 100%, margin bottom 1M. I'm going to put a little bit of a border on it with a sort of medium gray and some padding and box sizing border box. So let's do that. Display block. That will make each one take its own line. What was it again now? I clicked the wrong one. Width 100%, margin bottom 1M. Margin dash bottom 1M. We've got that. Border 1px solid pound 666. Padding 10px. Box sizing border box. What box sizing border box does is it makes the padding and the border part of the width of the element. Remember, we set the width to 45%, so we don't want to extend beyond that size there. All right, cool. Let's take a look and see what that looks like over here. Well, that's looking much better, much cleaner. We will finish up the HTML in the next video. I mean the styling in the next video. We're going to add cards dynamically using JavaScript, but we want to know what they're going to look like. So the best way to do this is to add one manually, add a card that would get added by JavaScript with all the correct HTML, style that so we know what it's supposed to look like, and then remove that card. So that's what we'll do next. So we're going to start by going back and adding just a little bit more HTML. So we need a div with a class of card and an image with the signpost. And then in there, we're going to have the card body with an H3 and an H4 and a paragraph and a button. So we do have another button here. Okay, so let's go in and add this into our HTML over here. It's going to go down here inside this generated content by JavaScript here. We're going to do div class equals card. This has to be a class because we're going to have multiple cards, right? We're going to have multiple cards on the page, so you can only use an ID once, so that has to be a class. Then let's add an image. Images, signpost. I'm not going to put an alt tag on it at the moment. So we've got that image, and then we've got sort of the card body coming next. div class card dash body. I don't know why that is slightly misaligned. That's right. Maybe it's this one that's slightly misaligned. There we go. Div class card body. And then inside the card body, we're going to add h3 destination name. And then we'll do an h4. Destination location. And then we're going to add a paragraph P with a class set to card text destination description. And then we're going to add a button that will allow you to remove the card if you need to. We'll have a feature that will allow you to take a card off. So we'll add that button in there. And I believe that's what we need for the HTML. Let's take a look over here. Yeah, there we go. All right, great. So we've got all of the HTML for that card in. It won't look particularly good. Let's see what it looks like. Doesn't look terrible, but it looks okay. But we might want to do a little bit more with it. Actually, it's fine for now. We'll leave it the way it is. We've got kind of our basic card in there. Although I do have a background color in there, don't I? Let's add that. Let's add one last rule down here for the card. I'm going to just give it a little bit of padding, set a background color, and set some margin on the bottom. And that should look good. Let's take a look at see how that goes. There we go. So now we've got a card. That's looking good. Ultimately, these are going to be put in through JavaScript. The HTML and CSS is in place now. And now that we've got that in place, we can start thinking about how this little application is going to work. Essentially, users going to type in a name and a location and provide a URL for a photo and a little bit of a description here. And then that will get added, that card will get added to the list over here. But let's take a look at a little bit of a flow chart to sort of see how this is going to work and how we're going to kind of make that all work out here. So over here on the right side of this page, you see we have a little program here that when it starts, when somebody fills out that form, we're going to prevent the default form submission. We're going to get the value from that destination name, the location field, the photo field, the description field, and then we're going to clear out the fields on the form, create a card, create that HTML, and check to see is the destination list empty? Is the destination list empty? If it is, then we're going to change the title on the destination list up at the top. If it isn't, then we'll just append the card to the container. In either case, we'll append the card to the container, and we'll be able to move on from there. Okay, so that's going to be the basic strategy for how we add stuff to the page. So the first time we add something to the page, this title is going to get changed, but otherwise it's not. So that's the only thing that's kind of going on there that's interesting. These are going to be little helper functions. Clear out the fields, and then we're going to have a helper function that's going to create the actual card. So those are the next functions we need to look at here. The creating the card looks like a really long function, but it's very sequential. And basically, we're just going to create create a div and set the class to card, create an image tag, set the alt attribute on the image tag, and then if the photo is provided, we're going to set that source to whatever the URL is. If it isn't, we'll use the default photo and then assign that image to the image element on the DOM that we just created. And then we'll create a div element. So basically, we're creating the elements manually or having JavaScript create them to create these elements here. We're creating all of this HTML here. For each card, we're going to create that information, and then we're going to stick it on the card. And that's what's going on here. And you'll notice down here, we've got another helper function here for deleting the card. So if somebody clicks that remove button, then we need to be able to handle that as well. So let's take a look at that really quickly. So we've got a function here for going through the form fields and emptying out the form fields. And then we've got a little function here for deleting the card if we want to delete the card. So we've got a number of pieces here to write in our JavaScript to create this little application, this little functionality for this destination list. And that's it for part one. We've created the interface that we're going to be using. And you may be wondering why we spent all this time on HTML and CSS. But it's really important to understand how the HTML and the CSS interact with the JavaScript, because all three come together to make the full interface and to make all the functionality work. So I think it's worth taking the time to build the HTML and the CSS for this project so you understand what's going on and how the JavaScript is going to manipulate that HTML and CSS in the end to make the final product. Vacation destination list. Part 2. This part we will add the JavaScript. And I'm picking up exactly where I left off after part 1. In part 1, you created the HTML and the CSS, and you should have a page that looks like this. If you don't, please go back and make sure you go through everything to make sure that you get a page that looks like this before you start. And you've got all the elements in there correctly. Everything's spelled right. Okay, so now we'll write the JavaScript we need to actually create this, make this little application work. To start with, let's grab the actual destination details form and put that into a variable called details form. And then we'll have a event listener for when that form is submitted. And instead of running an anonymous function, we're actually going to run a named function called handle form submit. And then we'll start writing the beginning of that function. So let's get started with this right off the bat. Over here, I'm going to open up my script file and add a variable var destination. No, I'm sorry, that's wrong. I'm going to do it details form equals document dot query selector. And I'm going to go get this pound details. No, this one's destination form details. I think. Just check that really quickly here. Yeah, this form here, destination. In fact, if you want to be absolutely certain you spelled everything right, it's always a good idea, especially with these long names, to copy and paste that. Note that I'm using a pound sign here because I'm using query selector. You could also use get element by ID. But that'll get that form and put it in here. And that's great. So now we can do an event handler for details form. Oops. Details form dot add event listener. And we're going to look for a submit event. And then instead of just doing function like we've done in the past, I'm actually going to have a named function here called, what did I call it over here? I called it handle form submit. So that's going to be a function that runs when this form is submitted. So now we need to define that function. Function handle form submit. And this function, we're going to pass in the event object and do event.prevent default. There we go. So that'll prevent the default submission of the form. You might wonder why at this point I've opted to create a named function here as opposed to just the inline function. And it could be an inline function. There's no reason why it couldn't. But this function is actually going to do quite a number of things. It's going to be a longer function. So I think it makes sense. I think it's a little bit easier to read in the long run if this is a separate function, since it's going to be a little bit longer. And that's just my own personal choice and my own style. You could certainly use an anonymous function here and not have a named handle form submit function for this particular project. But that's what I kind of like. Because what we're going to do here, if we go back and look at this is going to extract out the value from each form field. We're going to clear out all the form fields. So when you've filled in the form and submitted it, you need to clear out those form fields so that you're ready to make another card. And then we're going to run a function that creates the new card. And then if needed, meaning there's not already a card over on the right-hand side of the interface, we need to change the header at the top of that destination list and then actually add the card. And you could go back to the flow chart from the previous version of this, from part 1, and actually see how that's going to all come together in the flow chart there. So we start with event prevent default to keep the normal submission of the form from happening, but then we're going to do all of these things. The first thing on our list of tasks to do is to get the values out of the fields from the form. And to do that, we can create a variable for each of the 4 form fields, the name, the location, the photo, and the description, and then go and get the value out of those from the actual form. And you'll remember over here when we created this form in the HTML, we made it such that these fields were required. So if you try to click add list without filling in anything, it's not going to do anything because of that required thing, at least if you're using Chrome or a modern browser. And we can get more into form validation and making sure you get good data into forms in the second course in this specialization. But for right now, we just want to do something quick and simple, and we've got enough there to sort of keep it from at least being empty, even though we're not doing very much for that. And what we're going to use here is we're going to use event. The event.target will be the form submission, right? Because that's the event target, or the form itself. And then we can get the elements property and pull out each one of these elements out of the form and its value and put them into a variable here. This target.elements is something, the dot elements refers specifically to form elements. And you can come over to the MDM and look at HTML form elements, dot elements, and find out more about what this is. But it'll get you a specific set of elements specifically from forms. And so it's kind of a helpful little property here that we can use to get specific elements out of a form and get that data. So let's go ahead and put that onto our script. So over here, I'm going to do var destination name equals event.target.elements square bracket, because which element am I going to get? Name. And that'll get me the first one. And I can just copy this and paste it. Destination location, if I could select this. Destination location is going to be the location field. And then I'm going to paste again. Destination photo. Is going to be the photo field. And then paste one more time. And then we've got destination description. Which is going to be the description field. Actually, I'm going to shorten this down to ESC. And then don't forget, I forgot this already, we need to get the value. So we need to add dot value to each of these. And this one here too. Should have done that initially, but there we go. So that's going to do the first part. That's going to go in and into our form when it's submitted and get the values out of those fields that somebody typed in and put them into these variables here. The next thing we need to do in our list of things to do once we've captured the values from the form is to remove them so that the form is ready for a new thing. So I'm just going to use a for loop here to loop through the elements of the form and set the value back to empty. Down here you can see I've got just quote, quote. I'm setting it back to empty. So let's go ahead and add this next as the next thing that this function needs to do here. For, here's my for loop. For, and I'm going to have just a counter variable, var I equals 0, while I is less than details form dot length there we go. Details form dot length I plus plus. There we go. So that loop is going to go through details form. And remember, details form is going to get everything inside of details form there. And then what I can do in here is I can very easily say, okay, details form dot elements square bracket I dot value equals quote, quote. So we're going to go through the details form, and I starts at 0. And the first time through the form, it's going to say, okay, get element 0 from that form and set its value to empty. And then we're going to increment I from 0 to 1. And if there's more than one element in the form, then we're going to go through and do that again for element 1, setting its value to 0. And we're going to do that for each element in the form until the form is completely cleared out. So it's just a very simple for loop that's going to loop through and clear out each of the elements in that form. We've taken care of the first two items on our list. We gathered the information from the form and cleared the form out. The third thing to do is to run a function that creates a new card. And we're going to hold off on that because we need to write that function. But we can take care of the fourth thing, which is to check to see if we already have a card in the other side. And if we do one thing, and if we don't, we won't, we'll do a different thing. So we can take care of that in terms of the header over there and showing and determining what this header says here. Either it's going to say enter destination details, or we're going to change it so that it has something like my wish list in there, because that makes a little bit more sense once there's something in that column over there. So let's do that really quickly. We're going to make a variable. We'll just put in add create card here. So we remember we need to come back and do that. But I'm going to have var wish list container equals document dot get element by ID. And you'll remember we had an ID called title, specifically so that we could do this. Over here in the HTML, you'll remember we have down here title on that ID. So get element by ID title. And then we just need to see, we just need a little if statement here. If, oh, whoops, I'm realizing I did the wrong thing here. I don't want the title here. I want to get the this ID down here, this destination container. That's the thing I want to check for. Destination container, I want to see if, because I want to see if, we'll do the title in a minute, but if wish list container dot children dot length is exactly the same as 0. So if there's nothing in this container, and over here we've added a card in here temporarily, we're going to get rid of that. But if this container is empty, then we're going to do something. If it's empty, then we're going to say, okay, document dot get element by ID. Now we want the title. Its inner HTML is going to be, what did I put in there? Quote, my wish list. There we go. And that will take care of the fourth thing, which is if we haven't added a card in there before, it'll change the title over on the right-hand side there. Behavior, it gets the data from the form fields and then clears them out. We have a placeholder for a place where the function that creates a new card is going to go, and we're going to write that next. And then we check and see if the header on the right-hand side of the page if there's already a card in there or not. And if there isn't, we're going to change the text inside that header over there. And then finally, the last thing that we'll do is actually add the card. So let's move on here. We're going to create a new function called create destination card, and it's going to take 4 parameters. And these parameters are the data that come in from the form that somebody filled out. So let's go ahead and do that first. So down here, I'm going to create a new function. Function create destination card, and it's going to take name, comma, location, comma, photo, comma, I think I just did DESC for description. It's going to take those as parameters, although they don't get quotes on them. Name, location, photo, and description. That's right. Okay, good. So we're going to pass those variables in. And actually, I'm going to change this a little bit. I'm going to actually make this photo URL, and I'm going to type out description over here. There we go. And then I need to make var card, and this is going to be assigned document dot create element. We're going to create a div. And then we're going to take that card and we're going to set the class name equal to card, I think. Yeah, card. And if you wonder where we're going here, you can go over to the index file here, because we're basically going to use JavaScript to create these elements and put them in the card. So, so now we've just created this div here and given it the class of card. So that's what we've done. And this is going to be a long function because we have to create each one of these elements individually and put the content in them and then add them to the card. But it's not that long, but it's kind of useful to see how this is going to work. All right, so we got that. Next, we're going to add the image. So first thing we need to do is make a var called img or image or whatever you want to call it here. I'm just going to call it img. And then from there, I'm going to do equals document dot create element. And we're going to create an img element. And then images really should have an alt attribute. So I'm going to say img dot attribute now what do I want to do here? No, it's set attribute. That's what I need. Set, whoops, that's not set. Set attribute alt. And I'm just going to set it to name. So whatever gets passed in as the name of this location is going to get set as the attribute for the alt tag. So if somebody's using a screen reader, they will still be able to know what it's a picture of, even if they can't see the picture, if they've got a visual disability of some sort or another. Okay, great. So we're setting that attribute. We also need to set the source based on what comes in through this photo URL here. So we want to be able to set that photo source. But the photo source is not required. So the first thing we need to do is determine whether or not a photo has been brought in. And before that, we want to just make a variable var. And I think I call this constant photo URL. And I'm going to make that equal to images / signpost JPEG. because that's the image that's in this folder over here. So then I just need to see if photo URL, that variable there that gets passed in, did somebody actually add a URL in there? And we know that it has to be URL in there because over here in our form, we set this to type URL. So it'll only take a URL. Otherwise, you'll get Chrome barking at you and telling you that you didn't put in a URL. So we put a URL in there, and if one actually got put in, because it's optional, so if photo URL.length is greater than 0, I think that's what I'm doing. No, actually, I want to check and see if it's exactly the same as 0. If it's exactly the same as 0, then what I want to do is I want to set the image to src equal to this constant photo here. I'm going to set it to that. I'm going to set the image source to that. That should work. On my slide, I used set attribute again, so maybe I'll do that just to make sure. But really, this should actually work just fine. But let me just put this in just so it matches what I'm doing on my slide there. Set attribute src is going to be this constant photo here. Constant photo URL. And if that length isn't exactly 0, the else will be, okay, we're going to do image set attribute to not constant, not for the source there, but we're going to set it to photo URL. So if somebody put in a URL for a photo, it will get set to that. Otherwise, we'll use the default one that's in there. And this is unhappy about something here. Not sure what I've done wrong. I'm sure it'll come up sooner or later. Okay, so I'm not quite ready to test this yet, even though I'm picking up that there's an error on my script somewhere, but we'll find it in a minute here. But this should work for now, and then we'll pick this up in the next video. This function is getting long, and it's going to get longer because we're creating all of these elements here. So if you'll look over here in the index file, what we've created so far of our card is we've created this div and we've created the image. Next, we need to create this div for the card body and then add into that the H3, the H4, and then the description text. The description text is actually optional. If you come up here, you'll notice there's no required on the text area there. So we're going to have to deal with what happens if that's empty as well. And then we'll have to add the remove button as well. But let's go ahead and continue forward with this. So over here, the next thing we need to add after the image is a variable for the card body that's going to, we're going to make a variable card body and create element div and then set the class name to card body for that. And that will create that card body element here. And then next we need to do the same with the H3 and the H4. Here's the H3, and I'm just going to paste it in. You'll have to type it, but I made var card title, document get create element H3, so I've created an H3, and then I'm setting the inner text to the name. Again, this is the name that came through from the form. That's what's going to get put in there. So that's going to be the name. And then I'm going to append card body. I'm going to append child card title. So I'm putting the actual card title into the card body here. And then we'll do the same thing with the subtitle. Okay, so now I can add in the subtitle. And again, I'm going to paste this in so you don't have to watch me type it because that's getting kind of painful for everybody. But I'm going to make a variable card subtitle and create element H4. And then I'm going to set the inner text to the location. So that's this location that's getting passed in here. That's the location that somebody typed in on the form. And so that's what that's going to get set for the inner text there. And then I'm taking card body and I'm appending the child card subtitle. So that's going to add this to the card. So I'm appending that in there. So I've got card body and I've appended in the H3 and the H4. The next step is to check and see if somebody types something into the description, because it could be empty potentially, and we'll put that in next. Again, I'm going to paste this in so that I know that it's right. But here we go. If description.length is not 0, meaning it's longer than nothing, then we're going to make a variable card text and create a paragraph. And then we're going to take the class name and set it to card text. Because again, over here, remember we did that. We have P class card text. So I'm setting that class name in there to card text. So we could style it specifically if we wanted to. And then setting the inner HTML to description, and then appending that card text to the card body again. So we get that appended in. The next thing we need to add is the remove button. So we'll put that in here. So here I've got a variable called card delete button, and I'm creating a button, and I'm setting the inner text to remove. And that will create that button and set the text for it to remove. But then I need to add an event listener. I'm going to add an event listener. So that button is going to create an event listener, and I'm going to add an event listener called remove destination. We'll write another little function that will actually remove this destination. But I'm putting an event listener on this button right now as soon as I add it, and it's going to have its own event listener that's going to run a function. And then I take that button and I append it. I append the card delete button to the card body. So again, if we come over and look at the HTML here, you can see that this button called remove has been added to this card body. So the card body includes 4 items: the H3, the H4, the paragraph, and the button. It only includes the paragraph if somebody types something in that field, but it includes the button, and the button has an event listener on it that will run a function that we haven't written yet, but it's there. Okay, so that's going to put all of those things on there. Now, the next thing we need to do is take this card. We've been building up this card body. So we need to take this whole card body and add it to the card, because we added the image to the card. We created the image and we set its attribute and we set its photo. Maybe we didn't add that to the card. We need to do that too. And then we created the card. Yeah, we need to add the image to the card as well, but we need to add the card body to the card too. Since I forgot to add the image, let's do that first. So here we've done the image. We've got the image all in place. In here, we need to add card append child image. So that will put the image on the card. And then down at the bottom here, we need to add card append child card body. And then we just need to return card. So that's going to take this card object, or this piece of HTML that we've created that has all this stuff in it, and return it. Okay, so this is a long function that makes all of these elements. and returns that card, which should be a big piece of HTML. Well, not a very big piece of HTML, but a piece of HTML that's this card here, div class card. And in it, we'll have the image, either the signpost image or one that somebody entered, a div called card body, and an H3 and H4, possibly a paragraph if somebody typed one in, and a button. And then that gets added on there. And then it gets returned. Great. We've got all of that in place. Let's save this. And I'm going to pick it up in the next. The next step in this process is to actually write the function that removes the card. And that's what this is going to look like here. We're going to make a function called remove destination. We're going to pass in the event object so that when you click on that button, the remove button, that event gets passed through. The event object gets passed through. I'm going to say variable card event target parent element dot parent element. So when you click this button, I need to go up to this parent and then to this parent and say card remove. So I have to get up to that parent to actually remove that card. So I'm going up one parent to another parent to remove the card. So let's go ahead and add this function in over here. So down here I've got function remove destination. And it's going to take an event object. And I'm going to say bar card equals event. Oh, no. Yeah, event. What did I say here? Yeah, that's right. Event dot target dot parent element dot parent element. So that's going to be card. Once I get all the way up there, I can do card dot remove. And that removes that card from the DOM, we hope. Okay, cool. So we've got our remove destination function that's going to take in that event and then go up and actually remove that one. And that will get called here if you click on the card delete button. Okay, cool. So we've got all of that in place. The last thing we need to do is kind of put it together. Up here, you'll remember we had two things that we needed to do. We needed to create the card, and then down here, we needed to actually add the card. So let's do these two things, and then we'll be able to finish off this script here. So to create the card, what we're going to need is make a variable, destination card, and that's going to run. This is going to be using a function expression here. So we're going to use a function expression to create the destination card, passing in these variables. So let's do that. Destination card. Actually, I'm going to shorten that down to just dest card. Dest card equals. And then what I'm actually doing is this thing here. Create destination card. Create the destination card. So I'm going to put that in here. Create destination card, but what I'm passing in is the destination name and I'm passing in the destination location. I'm passing in the destination photo to the photo URL. Whoops. And I'm passing in the destination description. And then that should var, that's going to create, it's going to go in and create that. And then down here, now I just need to add destination card. So that's going to say, okay, destination card's going to actually hold that card. And remember, this function returns HTML. So that HTML for the card is now in dest card, because remember, that's what this function does. Create destination card down here at the end. It returns the card, which is the HTML for all the stuff in the card. So now all of that stuff, all that HTML we created is now in this little variable right here. It's in this bucket. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is go in and find our container and append the child, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Document dot query selector. And what are we looking for? We're actually looking for this ID here. Quote, go get that ID, dot append child. And what are we adding? We're adding dest card. All right, cool. All right, great. Now we've gotten all 5 pieces of our script together. And in the next video, we'll do some error checking and fixing of stuff and see if it all works. Okay, so all along as I've been working on that script, I knew that there was an error on it somewhere, but I didn't have a chance yet to test it. And usually you want to test scripts a little bit sooner than that, but I could tell that there was an error here because of this one. And let's see what it is. And often you're going to have errors in your scripts, and that's completely normal. And you want to be able to find them. So I'm glad that that's in there. And we can come over here, and if I just refresh this page and then run the inspector, you can see up here there's an error 1. And if I look down here, it says on line 3, missing parenthesis after argument list. So let's go take a look at that and see if we can determine what's really wrong there. Because sometimes those error messages are a little bit cryptic. So if I come in here and go to line 3, I've got my add event listener, and I don't think I'm missing a parenthesis here, but I do notice that I should have a comma here. And I think that that will fix this whole thing. And, you know, a lot of times scripts won't work, and you may feel like, oh my goodness, I'm completely in a quagmire of misery here. But you could be really close, because I think if I put in that 1 comma, it will work. If I'm off by 1 comma, that's pretty normal and can be kind of frustrating sometimes, but that's kind of the way life is when you're working with JavaScript or code in general. But let's see now if it actually works. If I come over here and refresh this thing, and I still have an error. Cannot read property of null on line 3. Let's see, what else do I have here on line 3? Handle form submit. Okay, so what I'm getting here is this cannot read property of null. And usually that means something is misnamed somewhere. So if I come back here and look at this, I think the problem is here, is that it's saying I can't put an event handler on nothing. That's what the null means there. So I think the problem is here. Destination details forms. I don't think there's supposed to be an S on the end of that. Let's come over here and check that. If I have my form here, yeah, it should be this ID here. It's always best to just copy and paste these just to make sure that they are exact. But it's really just the same thing without the S. Let's give that a try. And now I don't have an error. And I should be able to test this out. So I'm going to put a name of a destination. Let's try Boston. Or let's try Faneuil Hall. I think I'm spelling that wrong. We'll do Fenway Park. Destination location, we'll do Boston. Provide a photo. I've got a photo here for URL. And I could put in a description here. And click add to the list. And now I've got a cannot read property of 0 of undefined on line 14. So let's go back and see what's going on there. Also, while I'm here, I should probably empty out down here. I should get rid of this card. I don't need this one here anymore. So this one should come out altogether. Make sure you don't get rid of too much. They should line up here. This div closes down there. So make sure you're getting rid of just the div here. Like so. Make sure this one still closes. But let's go over to script to line 14. So I've got a problem here, details form dot length. It's got a problem doing that script there. I value equals 0. I see the problem here is actually this needs to be elements. Again, an S, off by one S. Let's go back and test this. So now I've emptied that out, so that doesn't have anything in there at all. Let's do this again. Fenway Park, Boston. We'll put my photo in there. Here is a description. Add to list. Oh, reference div is not defined on line 31. So let's go back and take a look at line 31. Line 31, var card document create element div. Hopefully you can see right away what I did wrong here. It thinks that's a variable. That needs to be in quotes. Create element div. Either single quotes or double quotes, doesn't really matter. All right, good. So we're working our way down the script, clearing out errors. It's kind of a long script to test. Let's try it again. Now let's do Fenway Park. So I know how to spell that. Fenway Park in Boston. And maybe we'll get an actual thing here. Add to list. And look, there it is. We were able to add a card to the list. Now we can check and see, does the remove card function work? It sure does. So we can now add cards and remove them from the list. Let's try it again here. We'll do Fenway Park again. and we'll do Boston. Put in the photo that I have sort of in my form already. And then, oh, what happens if we leave the photo out? Let's do that. No photo in there. See if if the regular photo shows up. And it does. So that's the default photo. And that's working. Let's add another one. So over here, I did a quick search for New York. And I found this photo. Right-clicked and opened that photo up into a new tab. So here's a photo that I can use. I'm just going to copy that URL and come back here. And let's just do, let's say, destination name, Empire State Building in New York. And I'm going to paste that URL in for that JPEG. And then add a description, visiting New York. There we go, add to list. And you can see that it's appended that card, it's added it to the list. So now I've got two here, and they're both working. I can remove either one. If I remove this one, that one will go away, and the New York one will stay. Notice that the header here changed as it was supposed to change. So everything else is working. So here in this little application we've created here, and it's not very sophisticated, it's only got a few features, but we can add elements and remove elements on the page pretty easily with a little bit of scripting effort there. And this is a really great sort of capstone project for the end of the course here. Now, our last final pieces here are to refactor the script down a little bit and use our best practices. And we'll do that in the next video. Okay, now that we have a working project, which is great, and we had some errors, and that's normal, and I'm glad they appeared here for me because they'll certainly appear for you. It's very easy to end up with little mistakes, whether you spelled something wrong or used the wrong ID. There's a lot of moving parts with a little web application. Even one small like this, you have your HTML with IDs that things are hooking into. You have the styles where there's, different elements that are affecting the way the page looks. And then in the script, you're sort of manipulating many times both of those things kind of on the fly. And just for a quick summary of the script here, when you submit that form, what we're doing is we're running this handle form submit function, which is getting the values out of the form, clearing out those values from the form when it's done, and then going through and actually creating the actual card, and then after that, going in and fixing the header at the top of that container, at this part of the page up here, over here, fixing the header if we need to. And then after that, we actually put the card on the page. And the create destination card is a long function because we're creating each one of these HTML elements manually or individually here, having JavaScript create those elements and put the contents inside of them, and then add them actually to the DOM as they're needed. Plus, we have an extra function that allows you to remove a card. So that's one more extra piece of functionality that we have in this little application. The last thing to do is to kind of clean it up with our, by adding our function up at the top here to enclose the whole thing, and then changing out the variables. So again, we would just do open parentheses and run an anonymous function with its parentheses and its curly braces, and then one more set of parentheses to make it run. So this will run when the page loads. So I can move this down and I can stick in here, use strict. And that will make sure that I'm not introducing any variables by accident in the global scope. And then I can take everything that's in here and stick it inside this function here. And I may need to tab it in once. There we go. And that should look good. So that should still work the same as before. We can test it. What was I doing? Fenway Park. Oops. I can't type. Boston. Photo, there's the Boston one. And that still works, so that's great. So we've got that. And then the last thing you could do is go through and replace all the bars with const or let. And they should be const as much as possible. So we can just put const there, come down through here. That's going to be const. That's going to be const. All of these can be const. Now this one needs to be let because that's actually in a loop. So that's going to need to be let. And then down here, this can be const. That's a container, so that's going to be const. 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 This one. This one. And if you're comfortable with this now, you can just start using const to begin with rather than coming through and doing this at the end. And that's certainly fine as well. When you're new at this, I think it's helpful to start with var and then come in and add const as you need to. Or let. And again, let is for if the value is going to change. None of these other values are going to change when the script runs. Just the one inside the loop. I think that's the only one. I could be wrong. Let's just check and see if I am wrong. And if you are wrong, you'll get an error and you can fix it. So if I refresh this, type in Fenway Park one more time, Boston, and the URL. And look at that, it works great. Click remove and it removes it. So everything's working the way it should. This is a really great capstone project that sort of brings together everything we've done in this first course of this specialization. And I look forward to seeing you in the second course of the specialization, where we'll get into jQuery and creating all kinds of cool interactive elements on web pages. Congratulations, you've made it to the end of our first course on JavaScript. I hope you've had a lot of fun with it. And I hope you've had fun doing it with me while I stand outside here in California on this beautiful day, not that many miles away from where JavaScript was invented over 25 years ago. But JavaScript's a lot of fun and you've learned a lot, so you should give yourself a pat on the back, and I hope you're excited about the projects we've done so far. Also, I hope you realize that there's a lot more to learn about JavaScript and that you'll join us in the next course in this specialization, where we get into jQuery and we look at some of the cool things that we can do with the jQuery library and some of the cool interactions that we can make. So thank you for coming along this far, and I hope to see you in the next course. Hello, my name is Bill Mead, and I'm back again for our second course on JavaScript in our JavaScript specialization. Hopefully you finished the first course. In the first course, we covered a lot of basics, learned a lot about the syntax of JavaScript, and got a lot of really great practice and built some fun projects. This course, we're going to take it even further. We'll introduce the jQuery library, we'll build some more complex scripts, and we'll really build up your skills in JavaScript. So break out your code editor and let's get started in the second course on JavaScript. Hello, and welcome to our first module in our second course on JavaScript and our JavaScript specialization. And in this module, we'll really get into, we'll start working with the jQuery library and learning about what that library is and how libraries can work with JavaScript. And then we'll compare jQuery, the syntax of jQuery, to the syntax of plain vanilla JavaScript. And by working with these two together, you'll learn a lot about both. And that's really helpful. And along the way, we'll work on some really great projects. So let's get going and start working with jQuery and JavaScript in this module. Introduction to jQuery. A little bit of history. jQuery was originally created by John Resig in 2006, and it became the most popular JavaScript library. And it's still a popular JavaScript library. In a recent survey, it was found that over 80% of websites are still using jQuery. It's less popular today than it was back in the early 2010s, where it was at its height, but it's still an important tool to learn and good to know. There are some specific advantages that came with jQuery when it was invented, and some of these advantages exist today, but they're somewhat diminished. But let's talk about them. First of all, it smoothed out the differences between browsers. Back in 2006, when jQuery was invented, JavaScript was not implemented evenly across browsers, and jQuery was really great at kind of smoothing out those differences from one browser to another. It also simplified common tasks such as traversing the DOM. It provided a lot of ways of getting at elements on the pages that we didn't have with plain JavaScript back in the late 2000s or early 2010s. It also provided an easier to work with event model for capturing clicks and scrolls and other kinds of events that users might use in the process of working with the page, events that users might trigger. So it provided this event model that was easier to access and easier to use, so it was easier to create interactive scripts that could hook into that event model in jQuery. And jQuery also provides an effects library that's very easy to use and really exciting. And it's really kind of a cool effects library that provided a great way into programming and to creating interactive elements for a whole generation of developers. Then on top of that, there's a plugin system for additional functionality. So you could create plugins that added functionality to jQuery. And we'll take a look at this to some extent. And then finally, last but not least, jQuery provides a simpler syntax, and that allows us to write shorter and more concise scripts. And these were all huge advantages to jQuery and contributed to making it the most popular JavaScript library. Today, jQuery is less useful than it used to be back in the early days. And some of the things that have sort of been smoothed over is that, remember, in 2009, jQuery came out in 2006, and in 2009, the standardizing body decided to make JavaScript the scripting language for the web. And at that point, a lot of excitement poured into the JavaScript world. And there was a concerted effort from the people who were making browsers, web browsers like Chrome and Firefox and Safari and Internet Explorer at the time. It's now Edge. But for those companies that were making those, whether it was Apple or Microsoft or whomever, to standardize their implementations of JavaScript, and that really helped with the development of JavaScript. Plus, the release of ES6 or ES 2015 in 2015 really helped with a lot of the features of plain vanilla JavaScript so that we don't need as much from jQuery as we once did. So we don't need to smooth out the differences between different browsers as much anymore. The implementations in different browsers are pretty much the same now, or very similar. So we don't need a lot of that anymore. In terms of simplifying common tasks, such as traversing the DOM, we've already explored Query Selector and Query Selector All, which are great tools for accessing elements in your DOM that are built into plain JavaScript now. And those have really helped minimize the need for jQuery to do that kind of thing. Also, in plain JavaScript, we now have the add event listener method, which is great for adding event listeners for all different types of events that users might trigger or might be triggered by the system. So using that event listener model sort of limits the need for the easier to work with event model that jQuery had to offer. The effects library is interesting. The jQuery effects library is great, and it's really great to work with, and it's fun to work with, and it's still useful from time to time. But these days, we would much prefer to use CSS to create animation, because CSS will take advantage of the device's GPU, the graphics processing unit, as opposed to the CPU, the central processing unit. And that will make your animation smoother and work better, especially for older, slower devices, these kinds of things, phones, older phones, this kind of stuff. The jQuery animations will feel a little bit clunky because jQuery is using JavaScript to create those animations. So the effects library is not as useful today as it once was, although it can still be useful. The two things that are still really useful about jQuery are the plugin system for additional functionality. There are thousands of plugins written for jQuery, and we'll look at a few of them, but you can explore many on your own. And the wonderful thing about plugins is that other people have written a whole bunch of code, and you can take advantage of that and build all kinds of cool things from the code that others have written. And that also helps prepare you for other types of libraries of code. If you get into Node and NPM and these kinds of things, doing this stuff with jQuery will help sort of prepare you for that world. The simpler syntax for shorter, more concise scripts is also still true. It's perhaps less true than it once was, but it's still true. You'll see, we'll do some exercises and some examples where you'll see that the scripts are shorter and more concise. And if you're just learning programming for the first time, that can be a way into programming. It was a way into programming for a lot of people who got into JavaScript and jQuery back in the day. It certainly was for me personally, where I wanted to do something that was fun and interactive, and I could write fewer lines of code with jQuery than with JavaScript. So that was a real bonus for me as I was learning JavaScript back in the day. There are a lot of modern considerations to take into account when deciding whether or not to use jQuery. Adding jQuery to your project adds some weight to the files, and they'll take longer to load. And if you're just doing one simple, small thing, it's probably just not worth it to load jQuery to do that. However, if you want to get a simple interaction working quickly and easily, or if you want to make use of a jQuery plugin, using jQuery could save you a lot of time and really be worthwhile. So you have to really consider it on a project-by-project basis. What is a library anyway? In programming, a library is just a file with a bunch of functions in it, or it could be multiple files that you link up to your project. In this case, you'd link them into your HTML file. And then you can just use those functions. If you're not familiar with a lot of programming and you haven't done a lot of this kind of thing, it may seem like an unusual or a new concept for you. But just think of it as something as simple as that. It's just a file with functions in it that you can access and use in your project. And then once you've linked it to your project, it's just a matter of finding out what those functions are and how to use them. And that's really how jQuery works. It's a file that you can add to your project. And when you do, you have access to all the jQuery functions and all the functions that come along with jQuery. There are two options for plugging in jQuery. The first is you can download the file, the actual jQuery library file, and put it in your folder with your other JavaScript files or other files for your project, and then link to that file locally in your project folder. And then when you load your web page, it will load that file along with all your other files. Or you can hot link to the library on a CDN or a content delivery network. So what that means is instead of putting the file in your project folder, you're actually linking to the file already out on the internet. And a CDN or content delivery network means that when you do that, you'll actually be getting the file from the closest server to you. A CDN has servers all over the globe, and when you go to load a particular web page, it's looking at your IP address and figuring out where you are, and then getting the file from the closest file server, so it will get it the fastest that it can. So there are both these ways of getting jQuery into your project, and we're going to look at both of them. First, we'll look at downloading jQuery. And to do that, you can go to jQuery.com, and I have that website pulled up here, and you can click the Download jQuery link. So let's go over here. And I can click on Download jQuery here. And that'll take me to a page that, if you're not used to doing this kind of stuff, will look a little confusing, because we've got a whole bunch of links here, and it's not really clear exactly what it is you should actually be downloading. And then they've got this stuff with NPM and Yarn and Bower, and this migrate plugin, and all this other stuff on the page. So it can be a little bit confusing. The NPM, Yarn, and Bower are all build tools that you might be using if you're in a particular environment that's using these build tools. But we're just going to download the actual library file itself, and what we want is the compressed version. There'll be a compressed version and an uncompressed version. The uncompressed version will look like this, and it looks kind of like JavaScript that you've seen before with var and all this kind of stuff. The compressed version is going to remove all of the white space and sort of compress it down, so it's not really made for human reading at all. It's made just to be loaded on your computer. But it'll be smaller. It'll be a smaller file to download. And so what you want is the compressed production version of jQuery. So if you click this one here, you'll get something like this. And you can see up here it says jQuery version 3.5.1. Okay, so to download this, if you just right-click in the white area here and do Save As, and I'm going to save it in my downloads into my jQuery start folder, and that's where you should put it as well. So I'm going to just put it in here and save this, so that now I have a copy of jQuery in my jQuery start folder here. Here it is, jQuery 3.5.1 min, is the minified version. It's been compressed down. And generally you want to get the minified version so that it's, and you can see here, it's taking up 89K on my drive. Just for fun, let's see how big the other one is. If we were to download the uncompressed version, if I right click and choose Save As and download this one, and then come back and look at this, you can see this one is 288K. So this is a lot larger. This version here is the size of maybe a medium-sized image on your web page. It's not that big. This is significantly larger. It's going to take longer. If you use this version in your project, it's going to take longer for you to download this. So you might be asking, well, why do they provide this? Well, if you wanted to go in, if you were an engineer and you wanted to go in and mess with jQuery, create your own fork of it, you could actually do that here. But we don't really want to do that, so I'm just going to delete this version. We don't need that at all. We just need the minified version, weighing in at 89 kilobytes. Okay, great. So now we've got jQuery. Let's get it plugged into our HTML file. We'll plug it into our HTML file here. Plugging in the jQuery library. So now we've downloaded jQuery, all we need to do is add it to our file. And I have those files open in my Visual Studio Code here. So this is the same files. This is the file I just downloaded here. So there's jQuery. And I want to go ahead and add jQuery to my file here. So I can come down here and I can add a script tag, script. And what I'm going to put in here is source, src, equals, quote, and then I can actually just pick this file from the list here. And there we go. So now jQuery is plugged in. And if I test this file over here, if I come over here and open a new tab and do open and go into my jQuery start folder and open this index file, it'll pop up and it'll say jQuery is loaded. If I were to remove that script, so down here you can see if window.jQuery, alert jQuery is loaded. If I were to remove this script, suppose I comment this out just for a minute here and save this and then come back and test it, it'll come back and it'll say jQuery is not loaded. So in order for this script to run, it requires jQuery because we're testing to see if jQuery is here. So, oops. There we go. So now jQuery is loaded and this statement is true and we're getting this alert box to pop up. So that's great. So we can load jQuery by linking it here in, downloading it and putting it in our files and linking to it. When you do it this way, you have an extra file to keep track of. You have to keep track of this jQuery library file and make sure that it doesn't go missing from all your folders and files. Not that big a deal, but it's one more file to keep track of. Even easier is to use a CDN to load jQuery. And the CDN I prefer to use is the Google CDN. And I have that pulled up over here. And if you want to get to this CDN, the easy way to get to it is just to Google jQuery. If I can type CDN, there we go. And you'll see hosted libraries on Google. So that's this link right here. And over here, they've got a lot of libraries that you can access through Google that they host on their CDN, and one of them is jQuery. So we can actually go to this link here to jQuery, and you can see that jQuery has 3 different versions, 3 sort of flavors of jQuery that include different features. The version 1x snippet is the oldest version of jQuery, and it's loading 1.12.4. So this is really the 12th version, 12th major version of version 1, essentially. And then we've got version 2.2.4, which is the second major version of version 2. And in version 2, they did a number of things to, they removed support for IE6 because it had basically gone away at that point. So they've done some different things in these different versions. The most recent version, the version that we downloaded, is version 3.5.1. So to get the same one that we had before, you can just copy this entire script line here. Oops. Press the wrong button there. There we go. Just copy that line and go back to our file here and paste that line in instead. And you'll see if we save this and come back and do testing jQuery, jQuery is loaded. So instead of loading from the file that I have locally here, I could now delete this file and it will work just fine. Delete. Now that file's gone. But this will work just fine because it's actually loading jQuery from the internet. Of course, if the internet's down, it's not going to load it. But if the internet's down, you're going to get to your web page anyway. So it's a little bit easier to use the CDN to load jQuery because it's just one less file to have to download and keep track of. So usually we will be using this method to load jQuery. And there are times when you might want the older versions. Generally, we'll use the newest version, but you might want the older versions if you're using a function or a method in jQuery that has been deprecated, or if you're using a plugin that was built using an older version and it needs some functionality from the older version in order to work. But generally, we're going to use the newest version of jQuery, version 3.5.1, at the time of this recording. Now that you have jQuery working, let's do something with it. Do something more than just to show that it's working. And we'll use the same file. We're just going to replace the script on there. So just so we can see that something is happening to our actual web page. So if we come back over here, we can get rid of this if-else statement. Just delete that for a moment. And let's put in a jQuery statement. So try this instead. And I'm just going to, there we go. $. We're going to go get the H1 on the page, which is this element here, is jQuery working. And we're going to use the CSS method in jQuery, like that. And what we're going to do is we're going to set the color of the H1 to red. So if we just do that, just do this one line and then save it. And then if you come over and run this testing jQuery again, you'll see that it turns the H1 red here. If I inspect this element here, you can see that what jQuery has done here is it set the style color red on the H1. Now, before we did the same thing with query selector or query selector all. We've done this kind of thing before in previous lessons, but now we're using jQuery to do it. And in jQuery, you can see we have just a really simple syntax here that uses CSS style selectors to access elements on the page. And we've got methods that we have access to because the jQuery library is plugged in that we can just use. Now, if you're wondering about the $sign here, the $sign is just a shortcut for the word jQuery. So I could put the word jQuery there, and over here, this will run just exactly the same way. It'll work fine with using the word jQuery instead of the $sign. But generally, we use the $sign as a shortcut just because it keeps our script shorter, it's less typing, and why type all of those extra characters if you can just type one? So we can put the single $sign in there for that reason. This CSS method here is just one of a great many that jQuery has to offer that will help us affect our web pages. And you can come back here, you could click on, you could go and look at the jQuery API documentation here, and I'll put this link in for the lesson so you can access it easily. But you can see that there's just tons and tons and tons of different methods that you have access to as we go through and look at all of these. So here's the CSS one that we were just looking at, but there's tons of them in here. And jQuery gives you access to all of these different methods. So it's like having a kit that you can use to build things for your web pages just by plugging them in and plugging in jQuery and then using these methods in accordance to the way they're described in the documentation. So let's try something else here. If we come back here and try, let's try adding a few paragraphs. So let's just add a few paragraphs. And one of the nice things about jQuery is it allows you to work with collections of things. So if I come in here and just add a couple paragraphs to the page. And I'm just going to copy that and paste it and add a few more here. So now I've got 3 paragraphs on the page. Now down here, if I change this to P, if we were doing this with plain JavaScript, we would need some sort of loop because we would do query selector all or get elements by tag name or some method like that, which would give us an array of items that we would then have to loop through to turn them all red. And we've done that before. You've done that in some of our previous lessons. So, but here with jQuery, one of the things that makes jQuery shorter and more concise is it'll work with groups of elements. So I can just grab the paragraphs and say CSS color red, and you'll see over here when I run this page, it's loading those paragraphs and it's turning them all red without having to do a loop. And that saves me not a lot of extra lines, but a few extra lines of programming. And it's one of these, this is the kind of thing that makes jQuery easier to get into for people who are new to programming. This whole thing of having to, oh, I take this array, now I've got an array, now I've got to loop through it. It's a little bit of a pain. So jQuery kind of takes some of that pain away, and that's really kind of a nice feature of jQuery. jQuery, selecting elements. Download and open the page.html file in your code editor that goes along with this particular lesson. And there you'll see some markup. And we can use the jQuery language to select different elements in the page. If we go look at this page really quickly here, you'll see that it just has some content. It has some different markup with the header in H1 and H2, some unordered lists. It's got some IDs and some classes and some links and some other content that we can access. And one of the beautiful things about jQuery is that you can access any element on the page with jQuery, usually in many different ways. It's the very powerful part of jQuery. And you can think of it as the query part of jQuery. You're querying your page. You're finding elements on the page so you can do things to them or with them or for them. And that's a very powerful thing. So we will be using jQuery to go in and access elements in this page, and we'll practice that to sort of see what some of these different methods are and some of the different things we have available to us, see what they are in jQuery. And that's really kind of fun and a very powerful thing to be able to do with jQuery. So for example, if we were to try to do this, we could go back to our file. We're going to have to add the library again. So we need the script here. And if we come back over to our file, you'll notice at the bottom we don't have any script tags. So down here after this closing div, we need to add the jQuery library so we can use jQuery. And then we need to use, a script tag, which we can open and close. And now if we wanted to do something like, for example, put a border around this main element here, we can very easily just use our jQuery object and type it this way. There is still some syntax that you have to get used to with jQuery. So I recommend typing it this way so that you can kind of get used to it. But if you do pound main and then CSS, the CSS method that we've already talked about, and we're just going to do a border here. Border 2px color 2px solid red, like that. I think will work. Is that what I had over here? I think it is. Yeah, 2px solid red. So if we do that and save this document here, and then come over to our example page. So here's my page, and if I refresh, you'll see I get a border around the main area of the page. So that's working. So we can access this element. We can access all kinds of elements with jQuery. So if I wanted to get the elements on the page that have the class special, so if we go back to our code here, we should see that we've got a class special in these two list items. We've got a class special up here on this list item. So these items should be targeted if we change this to .special. And one of the things that's nice about jQuery is that if you just know CSS, then you know how to get these selectors. It's just using the same selectors you'd use in CSS. So I can come over here and try that again, and you can see those elements are getting the border around them. You can also use compound selectors. So if I wanted to get specifically the H2 inside of main, we can do that as well. So we can do pound main H2. Now this may not seem so special now because we have query selector in plain JavaScript, which allows us to use compound selectors like this using the CSS syntax. But back in the day when jQuery was invented, you couldn't do that stuff in JavaScript. And so it was a lot more complicated to be able to get to elements in the page with plain JavaScript. Now it's not so hard, but still this is pretty neat to see that you can get to these elements really easily inside of our page. And you notice I don't have to do any kind of looping. So even if I was using plain JavaScript, even now with query selector all, I would have to have some sort of loop or for each method or something like that to go through and turn each one of these red. Whereas in jQuery, I can very simply just grab the group and apply the CSS to it, and it applies it. So this thing returns a jQuery object with these elements inside it, and then we can apply that CSS to it. So that's pretty nifty. There are more that you can try. So for example, you could try multiple selectors, like I could say I want the H2 and the paragraphs. I recommend trying these out. I'm not going to make you watch me type them all. I could get the even list items, or the first paragraph, or the list item that has an unordered list inside of it, or a list item that contains the word 3. So there's like all of these different ways of getting content on your page. Now, some things to pay attention to is that jQuery does change over time, and some of these that I have on this slide, some of these that I have on this slide are actually deprecated now. So for example, even in first, we're not actually supposed to use anymore. If you come over to the documentation, you'll see that as of jQuery 3.4, the even pseudo class is deprecated. What they want you to use instead is .even. So let's take a look at how you would do that. So over here, if I did, instead of saying li colon even, I would do li, and then I would do .even .css like that. And this is called chaining in jQuery, where you chain one thing to another. And so I can actually do that. And let's come over and see what that gives us. So that should give us the even. And notice it's starting counting with 0. So this is number 0. Then within the sublist, we've got this would be the even ones here. And then we've got an even one there. And then even ones down here. 0, 1, 2, like that. So it's getting the even elements. The other one that is not supported anymore is first. So you would, instead of using first, colon first, you would use first like this. And that'll get the first list item in a given list. Let's see what that gives us. So that gives us this first one here. Okay, so there we go. That's how some of these different selectors work, and I recommend trying some of them out. There are so many ways of getting elements on the page with jQuery, and you're not going to remember them all. The best thing to do is when you have a page and you have some elements you need to get to, be creative, use the documentation for jQuery to help you find the best way of getting to that element on the page. Let's look at how we can capture some events in jQuery. And jQuery has its own special syntax for event handlers. So let's take a look at how to do that. If we come back over to our test page here, you can just comment this out or delete it just to get rid of it. But I'm going to target anchor tags on the page. So again, I'm going to type my jQuery object, and in there I'm going to say A. So that's going to go in and target all of these anchor tags on the page, all of those and all of these. And that's going to gather all those items and return them in this nice little jQuery object here. And I'm going to add a click handler, .click. So this click handler is going to fire when you click on any one of those anchor tags. And what I'm going to pass in, make sure you type it this way. So you're typing from the outside in. I'm going to add in here a function, oops, like so, with curly braces, parentheses and curly braces. So this is an anonymous function. This is a function that's just going to run when this click handler happens. And in here, I'm just going to put console.log, and I'm going to put in here, I'm going to put this .html. And that should put in the console the HTML of the link that I clicked, because it's going to put this in all of the links. I can only click one link at a time. So let's see what this does. If I come back to my example page here and refresh it, and then turn on my inspector here and turn on the console. If I click a link, oops, this .html is not a function. I must have done that wrong. I know what I did. Come back over to Visual Studio Code. This needs to be, I need to use my jQuery object. Oops, now I'm having all sorts of trouble here. $, parentheses, this. All right, so I'm using jQuery to get this, and then I'm using a jQuery method called HTML here that's going to return the HTML. Let's see if that works. Test that again. Click a link, and I'm getting link 1. Or if I click sublink 1, I get sublink 1. Or if I click link 2, I get link 2. Link 4, I get link 4. So, so what's going on here is that the click handler, and this is, again, in plain JavaScript, we would have to use some sort of loop to apply the click handler to all of the anchor tags. But here, I can just grab all of them, return them in this jQuery object, and then I can use this method here, console log, to tell me what is inside of these anchor tags each time you click on one. So that's pretty nifty. The next thing to keep in mind is that jQuery really is just plain JavaScript. It isn't a separate thing from JavaScript. It isn't a separate language. It is just JavaScript. And you can mix in regular JavaScript with jQuery. And that's why I made the mistake I made a few minutes ago, is I was trying to do a combination of the both. But I can just do this.innerHTML. And that should work exactly the same way, except that this is using plain JavaScript here instead of jQuery to do the same thing. So if I come back and test this, link 1 gets me link 1, sublink 2, sublink 3, and etc. In summary, you've learned a lot of new stuff. You can plug in the jQuery library either by downloading the library and putting it in with your files, or you can use the CDN. You can use jQuery to capture events and to affect elements in the DOM. There's a lot more to learn, but this is a really good introduction to what jQuery does. It's just more JavaScript, but it makes doing some things a little bit easier. And it's still important to learn actual native, regular, plain vanilla JavaScript, especially as the need for jQuery in new projects is reduced. But if you get a job and you're working on a project, it's very likely that you'll be working with legacy code and you'll encounter jQuery. Or if you're looking around on the internet, you're very likely to come up with solutions that are jQuery specific. So because it's been such a popular library, it's going to be around for a long, long time. And it's still important to learn how to work with it. And learning how to work with jQuery will help you learn how to work with JavaScript. So it's a two-way street. And I hope you have fun as we go forward with this course and learn a lot about jQuery and how to use it with different projects. Folding sidebar menus using JavaScript. You've already learned a little bit of jQuery, but before we dive more into jQuery, we're going to do this project using plain JavaScript. And then we'll do the exact same project using jQuery. And we're going to do this with a few different projects so you can see the difference between jQuery and JavaScript and how they work together and some of the differences between the two. In this project, we're going to have just a simple page, and on the side of the page we have a menu. And when you click the menu item, it folds down and shows the submenu. And when you click a submenu that's while one is already open, it will close the other one. So that will limit the number of options your user has to see. And sometimes that can be really helpful for users in terms of cognitive load. You only want them to see a certain number of options at once. So we'll look at how to build this in plain JavaScript first, and then we'll do the exact same project using jQuery. Just a few notes about the markup. If you look at the markup, you'll notice that the article comes first and the aside comes second. This is often important for search engine optimization. We want the important content further up the page. We'll use CSS Flexbox with row reverse to display these next to each other, but put the navigation on the left. Generally, we want that first article, the article higher up on the page. Also notice that the navigation is following a very common markup scheme with the menu inside of a menu. This embedded unordered list goes entirely inside the list item for the parent item. This is important to get in HTML. So let's take a look at this really quickly. So over here I have my page open, and you can see the article comes first, right after my main section opens there. And then the navigation is an unordered list with list items. But notice this list item is entirely enclosed in the parent list item. This is really important to get right, and a lot of web developers get it wrong. The only items you're allowed to have is children of an ordered or unordered list or list items. So this unordered list needs to be entirely enclosed in this parent list item. And these are the items that will show on the page. So over here currently without any JavaScript, these items are just showing here. Okay, so that kind of gets us started, and we're using just a little bit of CSS here as demonstrated here on the styles to make to display flex for this main element, but use flex direction row reverse to get the navigation on the left and the main content on the right. Okay, great. Now with all that in place, let's get started with making this project work. The basic strategy of the script is that the submenu will be initially hidden, and then when you click on a parent menu, it will show the submenu. This will be accomplished by having JavaScript swap these two classes on the submenu when you click the parent menu. Initially, the submenus, the unordered lists that are inside the list items, that are inside the unordered lists, don't have the hide menu class on them. So our first challenge is to write a loop that adds this class to all the submenus in the unordered list. And you'll see over here in the styles that these two styles are already here. Hide menu, display none, and show menu display block. So your first challenge is to write a little script. Down here we've got script tags. see if you can write a script that goes in and applies that submenu to that hide menu class. We want to apply that to all of these unordered lists, so they have class hide menu on them. See if you can do that, and when we come back in the next video, we'll see how I did that. Were you successful? Were you able to do it? Let's do it together. So down here, I'm just going to make a variable, var submenus. And I'm going to assign that to document.querySelector, querySelector all. And what I want to get are the UL, LIUL. Oops, there we go. Because these, what I want are these unordered lists that are inside the list items that are inside the parent unordered list. So that's what I want to get here. So I'm going to get these, all of these, and put them in here. And then I just need a loop for var I equals 0, while I is less than submenus.length I plus plus. Curly brace. I put these extra spaces in here. They're probably not necessary, but to me it makes it a little bit easier to see this and read what's going on here. But this should be review for you, hopefully at this point. And okay, so now here what we need to do is we need to put that submenu on each of these. So I'm going to say submenus dot square bracket I. So each one of these, it's going to go through each one of these and then do class name equals hide menu. I think I have that right. Over here it's hide menu, display none. And that should go through and put that class on all of those elements. Let's see if I did that right. Over here, I'll go check my document here. And this is exactly what I did. Class name, hide menu. So let's see if that actually works. We save that, come over here and refresh the page. And look at that. All those menus are hidden. They're set to display none. I could do inspect. And you could come in here and see, click on this menu here, or this one of these menus here. You can see it's got hide menu on it. It's got that class on there. So that's working great. Your next challenge is to add a click handler to the main links. These links here have a class on them of menu link. And so we want to gather those, and when you click on them, we want something to happen. So we're going to need an event handler for that. For now, just pass the event object and prevent the default behavior that would result from clicking the link. But see if you can do that on your own without looking at my solution, but we'll do it together in the next video. Let's do this together. So first we need a variable var menu links equals document dot query selector all. And what do we want to get? We want to get these links here, this class menu link for this one, this one, this one, and that one. We want those. So I'm going to come up here, I'm going to do dot menu link. So that will get those and put them in there. And then we need a loop. We need to do a loop here. So we need a for var I equals 0. While I is less than menu links dot length I plus plus. Hopefully you're getting used to writing loops now. And then in here, we're going to put an event listener on each one of these. So menu links, square bracket I, dot add event listener. When you click, we're going to run an event. We're going to run a function. Not run an event, we're going to run a function. So we've got this function in here that runs. And then for right now, all I want to do is pass in the event property, event object there, and do event.prevent default. So that's all we really need for right now. But I've added an event listener for each of these. And you could test it by adding, console log or an alert or something like that. Alert clicked, something like that. So now if I go over here and test this, when I click on one of these, I get clicked, or this one. So we've put an event listener on all of these through the loop. Okay, great. So we've got that, and that's working exactly the way we want it to work. Hopefully, you got something like this as well. Again, this is review, but it's always good to challenge yourself and see if you can do these small pieces. It's the best way to learn JavaScript. The next thing to get into is the this keyword in JavaScript. And if you've looked up stuff on JavaScript online, you can find a lot about the this keyword. It can be pretty confusing. But in the context in which we're going to use it in this course, the this keyword is fairly simple. It basically means the menu that we clicked on. We've added an event listener to all the menus. So now when you click on one, we get an alert. But you can only click on one menu at a time. So I want to know which one I clicked on. I need to know that. And the this keyword can help us figure that out. So I'm going to make a variable here called this menu, and I'm going to assign the keyword this to it, which means this menu, the one that I clicked. And then I'll console log or alert out this menu.innerHTML, and you'll see that we can actually get the HTML of the menu that we clicked. So let's do that really quickly over here. So instead of an alert here, I'm going to say var this menu equals this. And this is a keyword. That means it refers to the thing that was clicked. And then we could do either console log or we could do an alert. I'm just going to do an alert, since we were working with alert. Alert, this menu dot inner HTML. Not inside quotes here, because this is JavaScript, not a string. Alert, sorry. This menu. Can't type. Dot inner HTML. All right, this menu.innerHTML. Let's see what that gets us. So if I now do this and come over and test this, refresh the page, when I click this menu, I get an alert that says menu 1. So it's telling me what's the inner HTML of the menu that I clicked. Menu 2, menu 3, menu 4. You could do console log 2. Either way is fine. All right, great. So we've got that. So now we can get this menu using this keyword. But really what we want to get to is the parent ordered list. So over here, we've added a click handler onto when you click one of these links. But really what we want to get to is this list item, so that ultimately we can get down into the unordered list inside of here. John, please take out that last part and record from here. The next challenge is, now that we know that which menu we've clicked on, we want to get to the unordered list inside that menu item. So in other words, what we want over here is we have something that tells us that we've clicked on this anchor tag. But really what we want to get is this unordered list here, because this is the unordered list that we added the class hide menu to. And now we want to change that class to show menu. So in other words, we need to get from this link down to here. And the way we do that is through the parent. So we can find out who is the parent of this item, and then on that parent do query selector to find the unordered list that's inside the parent list item. So see if you can do that part on your own, going into to try to do that challenge on your own. And then on the next video, I'll show you my solution for that. Were you able to figure that out? Hopefully you were. This is what I did because I want to get, I'm getting this, I've got the anchor tags as my event listeners for when I click on them, but I want to really get to this UL. So down here, what I did instead is, instead of just this, I can do this dot parent node dot query selector UL. And that should get me the actual unordered list that's in the parent of the anchor tag that I clicked on, and the parent is the list item. So I'm going up to the parent list item and looking for the UL that's inside that list item. And let's leave this, we'll leave this alert here, but you could make it console log if you prefer. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to save that and then come over here and refresh my page. And now when I click on menu 1, I'm getting all of these list items. It looks kind of messy here, but it is actually working. Or if I click on menu 2, I'm getting all these list items, 2B, 2C. So I've got this whole unordered list that I'm getting here. It might be easier to see it if you do it in a console log. So we could change this to console.log. And then let's see what it does now if we view the console log, inspect. And I'm going to move this down to the bottom actually. And switch over to the console. And when I click that, oops, I forgot to refresh. There we go. So I'm getting the inner HTML there. So that's great. So that's all working really well. Now that you have that, your next challenge is, now we've got that submenu, your next challenge is, how do we change the class in that submenu to show menu? Currently it's set to hide menu. We wanted to set it to show menu. How do we do that? Try to figure out how you can do that on your own, and then come and see the answer on the next video. I'll show you how I did it. Were you able to figure out the challenge? I hope you were. It shouldn't have been too difficult, but sometimes you have to work through these things. What we could do instead is we could use this menu and do class name equals show menu, so that we're applying that show menu class to that item, to that particular menu. And that should work. Let's go over and see what happens over here if we refresh our page here. Close the inspector. If I click on this, it shows the menu. Now you'll notice we're not quite done yet, because if I click another one, it'll show that menu, and it doesn't close the menus. We want to be able to open the menus and close them. And really we want to make it so that when you click on a menu, if there's another one that's open, it will close it before it opens this menu. So that's kind of the next thing that we need to figure out how to do. But this little piece of the script is pretty simple here, right? We have a menu that's using this keyword that says go get the parent node, go get the unordered list inside that parent. The parent would be the list item. Go get the unordered list inside the list item, and then just change the class name from hide menu to show menu. That seems pretty straightforward. Okay, great. So hopefully you got that. You got this kind of answer here. And we can open the pages, and we can open the menus, but we can't close the menus. So the next challenge is, if the menu has the class set to hide menu, set it to show menu. Otherwise, set it to hide menu. So this is your challenge, is how to make it so that it actually functions properly. And there are two methods that you can use to help you with this. There's a method called class list, and there's contains that will help you figure out whether the menu has hide menu or show menu on it. See if you can do it on your own, and then if you are successful or not, just come back to the next video and you'll see how I did it. Were you able to get the answer to this challenge? It's a little bit trickier because this one required you to look some stuff up. We haven't used class list or contains before, so hopefully you went to the MDN, the Mozilla Developer Network, which is the authoritative resource on these types of technologies, and looked up something like element class list to sort of see how it works, and it gives you some examples on here. Also, there's another page on contains, and so you can actually find contains. Contains does the DOM token list and returns a Boolean if true. So token list.contains. So we can combine these two things together to make this work. So let's try it together on our code over here. And if you're able to get it to work, that's great. If not, this will help you out. So instead of this, I'm just going to comment that out, or you could just delete it. But in there, we're going to put an if statement, if. And what we're going to check for is if this menu dot class list dot contains, and we're going to look for hide menu, like that. So if this is going to return true or false. Does it contain hide menu? If it does contain hide menu, then we're going to do this. Put that in there. Else, if it doesn't contain it, then we're going to do this, but we're going to do hide menu. And that will allow us to open and close the menus. Let's save this and come back and check our page over here. So if we should be able to open the menu and close the menu. Unfortunately, though, we can still open multiple menus. And really what we want to be able to do is to be able to, when we click on one menu, make sure all the other menus get closed. Any other menu that's open is closed, so we can reduce cognitive load on our user, and they can open only one menu at a time and be sort of presented with only one set of options at a time. So hopefully you got something like this on your own. And if you didn't, hopefully my explanation helps. But I recommend, if you're not getting these challenges, I recommend going through this lesson a few times to the point where you really can do them without looking at my answers. It'll really help you learn JavaScript so much more. Okay, so your next challenge should not be a too difficult one, but basically what we need to do is close all the menus and then run this if statement. So before this if statement happens, this if else even happens, we want a loop that closes all the menus. So see if we can add a loop that closes all the menus before showing the submenu with the parent menu being clicked. Hopefully you were able to get this working this way so that when we click on these, they open. We can open them and we can close them. But now the challenge is we want to reduce cognitive load by making it so that our user isn't faced with too many menu options at once. So we want to only show one menu option at a time. So let's go over into the code and see how we could actually do this here. And really what we want to do is we want to duplicate this loop. We want to copy this loop and just stick it inside this if statement. So that will make sure that all of the menus get closed when you click on one that you're opening. And we're going to leave the if statement so that if you're clicking on one to close it, it'll still work. And if it's set to a class name show menu, it'll set it to hide menu. So that's why we want to leave the if statement here. But that should actually work on this. And if we go over and take a look at it and test this, we should see that this is working now. So if I come back here and refresh this, now when I click on a menu, it opens. But when I click another menu, it will make sure that one's closed and then it will open this one. Plus, I could click on menu 2 and close it. So all of the functionality is now working and it's looking pretty good. So hopefully you came up with this solution as well. Maybe you tried it some different ways or did something different with it, but this is the solution I came up with and it's working pretty well. So now the next challenge is, since we're using this loop twice, we're using the loop here as well as up here. And we don't really want to repeat ourselves. So now your challenge is, how could you make a function that contains this loop and run that function twice? We want to run it once when the page loads and run it once down here inside the if statement. And the function could be called something like hide submenus or something like that. And yeah, so see if you can make that function and make that work. And in the next video, we'll look at my solution for how I made it work. Everything is working, and we could leave the script the way it is, but it's always good to refactor your code and make it better if you can. So let's do that with this final step here, this next step here. We're going to come over here and we're going to make a function. I'm just going to put it here, function hide submenus, like that. I'm going to move this loop so it's inside that function. And hopefully you were able to do this on your own. Tab that in. So now I've got a function called hide submenus. I need to run that function here. I'm going to run it once here. And then I'm going to run it again down here. And it just makes the code a little bit more readable, because in here I can see if it contains hide menu, hide all the submenus, and then show this particular menu. Otherwise, if this one doesn't have classless hide menu on it, set it to hide menu. And that should actually work. So let's just test that really quickly, make sure that that works the way we think it should work. Come back over here and refresh the page. And you can see that it's still working just the way I intended it to work. So that's great. So hopefully you came up with the exact same solution that I came up with and were able to get it to work the way I was able to get it to work. The last challenge for this is just to apply our best practices steps that we've learned in earlier in the course. So hopefully you can do that on your own, but really what we're looking to do is to put the script into a separate file, add the IIFE, the immediately invoked function expression closure, add the use strict directive, change all the variable declarations to const or let. We're using let if the variable changes, like inside the loop over here. These need to be let. And then link the script to the head of the page and be sure to add the defer property inside the script tag so that it loads after the actual content of the page is loaded. So see if you can do all of that and then come back to the next video and see if you're able to get the same answers I was able to do that I will show you in the next video. Our last step is really to just do some best practice work and kind of clean up our files and make everything work the way we want it to work here at the end. And you should be able to do this on your own, but I will show you how I did it here. First, I'm going to just make a new file. I'm going to call it script.js. That makes sense, right? And then on this file, I'm going to add my IIFE, my immediately invoked function expression with the parentheses, and in there add a function. And the function has its own parentheses and its curly braces. And then we add an extra pair of closing parentheses there. And then we're going to click inside of here and move that down and add our use strict directive here, like so. And then in here, we're going to add all of our code. So we can just take all of this stuff from here, cut it, and paste it inside here. And actually, I need to move it back a little bit to get the indentation right. I'm just going to shift tab to move that back. And that's looking really good. Okay, great. So now we just need to go through and clear up our function declarations. I'm going to change this to const. That should be const. Down here, because we're in a loop, this needs to be let. So this var needs to be let here. And then down here, this can be const. Sometimes it's kind of nice to have your main variables all up here at the top of the page. So you can define them all at once up here. And we can kind of get rid of some extra space in here. There we go, hide menus, and then this one can be let because that's inside the loop. Down here, this one can be const. And I think that's it. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay, great. So we save that file. Back here in our index file, we can get rid of these script tags from down here, bottom of our page. And instead, we can put them up here in our head. Script src equals quote, and I want my script file here. And I'm going to set it to defer, and then close the script tag. And then always, of course, go back and test it to make sure that you didn't screw something up. Sometimes that happens. And sure enough, everything's working the way it's supposed to be working. We can open the menus, we can close the menus. Only one menu can be opened at a time, which is exactly what I wanted for this particular project. And that's all working great. So there we are. We were able to get our final script working and get everything cleaned up. And here, this is how we could do a project like this in plain JavaScript. In the next part of this lesson, we will look at how to do the exact same script, the exact same kind of thing using jQuery. And you'll see how much shorter and how much more compact that script is. jQuery sidebar folding navigation. For this project, we'll use jQuery. And we did this exact same project using plain JavaScript in the previous lesson. But now we're back to where we started with just these menus folded out. And we want to do the whole same thing again, except using jQuery. And this will be a really great way for you to see the difference between jQuery and JavaScript, using plain vanilla JavaScript. jQuery is JavaScript, but the syntax is slightly different. And you'll see how much shorter this script is when we get done with it, and how easy it is to do this kind of interaction using jQuery. So yeah, we're going to do the exact same thing. The only thing that's different about the start file in this case is that it includes a link to the jQuery library on the CDN. So down here at the bottom of the file, this is the only thing that's different, is I'm including this extra script. Remember, when this is compressed, it's about 87K or 89K or something like that. And maybe it's worth it for this script, and maybe it's not. You have to decide if it's worth downloading 87K for your client to have to download 87K of library to do a simple folding menu script, or if you'd be better off just using the JavaScript one that we did in the previous lesson. So, but that's on there and that's ready to go. So let's go ahead and see what we need to do to make this work. First thing we're going to do is we're going to set all of those initial list items to not display. And in the previous version of this project, we had some classes set up for hide menu and show menu. But here we're just going to use the CSS property to set display to none. And we'll see an even easier way in just a minute, but let's do this first just so you can see what it does. So down here, I'm going to use my jQuery object and write it like this from the outside in. So I'm going to use my jQuery object like that, and I'm going to use quotes to say go in and get the UL, li, UL. So this is the unordered list that's inside the list item that's inside the unordered list. That's these list items that are inside these unordered list items that are inside this unordered list. And I'm going to just do .css display, comma, none. Oops, that goes in quotes, none. And you'll see when I do this over here, if I test the page, they all go away. And if I inspect this, you'll see they have display, style display none on them here. That's what that is doing. And that's great. That's working just fine in hiding the menus. Now, as it turns out, there's actually an easier way of doing that because jQuery has a bunch of helper functions built in. And one of them is hide. Since frequently we want to hide things on our page, they created a helper function called hide, which will just hide those elements. And so that's even easier than using the CSS method here. If I just put hide there and then come back and test it, you'll see the menus are hidden. And not only that, but if I inspect and look in there, you'll see it still just says display equals none, display none there. So this is actually doing the exact same thing that using the CSS method used, but instead we're using the hide method. And that's sort of a convenience function that jQuery has built in. And jQuery has a bunch of these built in for doing common tasks. And we'll see another one of these sort of convenient helper functions in just a minute. Okay, great. So we've got that going and we're ready to start building in our click handler and doing all that kind of fun stuff. And we'll do that in the next video. Just like we did in the plain JavaScript version of this script, we need to know which menu was clicked. And so once again, we're going to use the this keyword in order to get the menu that was clicked. However, this time we're going to wrap it up inside of a jQuery object. So down here you can see we've got this, but it's inside of the jQuery object. Then we're going to use the handy next method that jQuery has built in. And in the plain JavaScript version, remember what we had to do was we had to go get that parent object and then find the UL inside the parent. But here, we can actually use the next method to get the next UL. Because remember, what users are doing is they're clicking on this link here, this anchor tag, and I want to get the next UL that comes after that. And jQuery has this helper function that's very useful for that. So let's come down here and add that in to here. So we're going to make a variable var this menu is assigned, and we're going to use the jQuery object to get this, and then we're going to use the .next method to go get the next UL. And that will get the UL that comes up exactly after this, particular anchor tag that we've clicked on here. And just to see that this works, I'm going to say, okay, console.log this menu .html parentheses. This HTML parentheses. This is a jQuery method that will generate the HTML. So let's see what we get if we test this. If I come over to my page and refresh and then turn on my inspector to get the console log here and click on this menu, you can see that I'm getting that HTML. So that's great. That's really cool, and that's working. So that's all working really well, and that's exactly what we want here. However, the next thing we need to do is check to see if the menu is showing or hidden or not. And we can do that with this sort of function here. We could say, if this menu is visible, and there's a method called is in jQuery that will allow us to check for something like here, visible is a filter that will allow us to see if a particular element is visible, in which case then we could hide it or we could show it. Now we could do this, and this works if you wanted to do it this way, and the is method is sometimes very helpful in jQuery. However, in this case, there is another helper function, a convenient helper function that will do the same thing in a nice, simple way. And that is toggle. This menu, toggle. That's really all we need to do, so that if it's showing, hide it. If it's hiding, show it. So let's go ahead and add that into our script over here. So instead of this line, I can just say this menu, toggle. Very helpful, convenient function in jQuery that you could use in lots of situations. And now you'll notice that we're back to where we were after numerous lines of code before in plain JavaScript, where we can open the menus and we can close the menus. Unfortunately, we can still open all the menus and close all the menus, which is not exactly what we want. But we're really close with just a couple lines of jQuery. And part of the reason why it's so short is that we don't need loops. We don't need to do the loops. We don't need to do the loops because jQuery works with groups of objects like this. And it's got these helper functions built in, so we don't have to write the if statement and do all of that. So that's super handy. So the last part of the script we really need to figure out is how to make it so that when I click on one menu, it closes all of the menus and then only opens the one that I clicked on. And we'll do that in the next video. To get this final piece of functionality that we want, we need one more line in our script. And it's just a short, simple little line that we need to add, and it'll introduce us to yet another convenient function built into jQuery, which is the not method here. And what that does is it excludes a particular item from a function. We can chain these functions together. So here we're going to say, go get all of the unordered lists that are inside the list items that are inside the unordered list. Those are our submenus, but not the one that we clicked on. And we're going to hide all of the other ones, but not the one that we clicked on, because that may be hidden already, or we may want to show it. And then we can do the menu toggle, and it will work. So just one last little line. Let's go ahead and put this in over here. So once again, I'm going to use my jQuery object to go in and get the UL, LIUL, the unordered lists that are inside the list items that are inside the unordered list. Those are our submenus. But not this menu, the one that I clicked on. That one I don't want to be affected by this line at all. And then I'm going to do hide. Make sure all of those are hidden, and that should actually work just right. Let's save this file and come back and test it. I can open a menu, I can open the next menu, I can close a menu, and I'm getting exactly the functionality that I had before. I'm doing it with far less code. Now, again, we're downloading this entire library in order to do that. 87K worth of stuff is getting downloaded so that we can write a super short script. And maybe that's worth it. And if you're new to JavaScript and you're new to sort of creating these interactions, you might find jQuery a much easier way in to coding and doing JavaScript. And it is just more JavaScript, but it's a lot more concise. The syntax is a lot more concise, mostly because you don't have to do the loops and because they have these convenient helper functions built in that you can make use of because you plugged in this library. Okay, the last step that we need to do is just make our script file and move this stuff over into an external script file. So let's do that really quickly here. Up here, I'm just going to click and add script.js, and then I'm going to come back here, or actually first I'm going to add my IIFE function, parentheses, curly braces, and then one more set of parentheses and a semicolon. And then I'm going to come in here and add my use strict directive. That's great. And then I'm going to come over here and just grab this entire script. It's not very much, just a few lines, but I'm just going to cut that and stick it in here. And I can Shift tab to move that back a bit, close that up. And I've just got a nice little short script here. That's fine. And really, you could probably leave this on the other file. It's so short, but just to practice our best practices. In here, this can become const. That's really the only thing we need to take care of here. It's the only variable, so that's working fine. That's nice and easy. And then over here, we can get rid of this script tag entirely, and we can move the link to jQuery up to the top of the page inside the head here. Don't forget to add the defer attribute there. And then down here, I'm going to add a script tag with the src set to quote script.js, defer, and that will work. This file has to come after that file, even if we're putting them up at the head of the page using the defer attribute, because once again, we need to make sure that we're using these functions from this library here in the script, so it has to load first. But then we can just test this all out and make sure it all works. And it's working just fine. I can get to my menu items. It's not a very fancy page, but this is a really good example that shows you how to actually take a script and do the same thing that we did in plain JavaScript, but using jQuery and using some of the nifty jQuery helper functions such as hide, the click handler, the next method, the not method, the toggle method, all make it possible for us to write shorter scripts, along with the fact that you don't have to do loops. So that makes it much shorter. And hopefully you're pretty excited about this. I know I am.